so if it's... Subcommittee on Oversight and Investigations hearing will now come to order. Today, the committee is having a hearing entitled Roe Reversal, the Impacts of Taking Away the Constitutional Right to an Abortion. Today's hearing will examine the impact of the Supreme Court's recent decision overturning the right to abortion and the implications for health care access for all Americans. Due to the COVID-19 public health emergency, members can participate in today's hearing either in person or remotely via video conferencing. For members participating remotely, your microphones will be set on mute for purposes of eliminating inadvertent background noise. Members participating remotely will need to unmute your microphone each time you wish to speak. Please note, once you unmute your microphone, anything you say will be heard over the loudspeakers in the committee room and subject to the live stream and also being broadcast on C-SPAN. Because members are participating from different locations at today's hearing, all recognition of members, including for questions, will be in the order of subcommittee seniority. Documents for the record can be sent to Austin Flack at the email address we provided to staff, and all documents will be entered into the record at the conclusion of the hearing. The chair will now recognize herself for an opening statement. On June 24, 2022, the Supreme Court overturned the constitutional right to abortion. Today, the subcommittee will explore the devastating impacts of that unprecedented decision on the American people and on the nation's health. The court's decision in Dobbs, reversing nearly 50 years of Roe and other affirming legal precedent, has wreaked pandemonium for patients and for doctors. Confusion, fear, refusal. These are the common themes in the week since the court effectively stripped away the freedom of 36 million women to control their own bodies and handed that power instead to politicians with extreme agendas in their states. We've been horrified by the reports of a child, a 10-year-old girl, who after surviving rape had to endure being re-victimized when her parents were forced to take her out of state for an abortion due to Ohio's restrictive abortion laws. And we've heard multiple reports of women who have experienced miscarriages or pregnancy complications that were delayed or delayed care because of healthcare providers, pharmacists, or health systems' legal confusion surrounding what was considered permissible in a post-Dobbs world. Further, patients are being denied medication, some not even related to pregnancy, because their pharmacists refused to fill their prescription due to miscarriage-related risks. Now, many of these examples are not new to the reversal of Roe, and in fact, sadly common in some states after anti-abortion extremists' successful efforts to enact restrictive abortion laws in those states. But the volume of the reports now and the certainty of what lies ahead is alarming. While we are just under a month past reversal of the constitutional right to abortion, the experiences of women subjected to pre-existing restrictive state laws and research on their impacts provides us insight into the troubling road ahead. Despite the fact that the overwhelming majority of Americans want legal access to abortion, for Republicans, the Dobbs decision is just the beginning of their radical quest to prohibit and criminalize all abortions. And now, as federal protections have fallen, abortion bans already in place in at least 8 states will continue to expand across the country. Residents of roughly half the states in the nation face an increasingly complex and terrifying legal landscape in trying to access abortion care, undoubtedly putting the health and economic futures of millions of women and families at risk. While such state abortion bans affect everybody in that respective state, they disproportionately affect those already facing significant barriers to accessing the health care they need. This includes young people, people of color, people living in rural areas, and just everybody striving to make ends meet. I appreciate that the topic of abortion can be a deeply personal one, and I respect the differences. Right up until that belief seeks to deny millions of women the right and access to the health care they need. Under the guise of personal belief, I'm sure, because I've been doing this for a long time, we will undoubtedly hear inflammatory language and intentional distortions of truth today. However, we must not let our rhetoric, this rhetoric or tactic, distract us from the fact that healthcare decisions must be made by patients in consultation with their health care providers and not directed by politicians. Decisions like the one made by We Testify Colorado storyteller Erica, who found herself pregnant in 2020 and in no financial position to raise a child. As an adoptee, she thought she would never have an abortion, but with the help of midwives, she was able to talk through her options, find the courage to talk to her parents, who helped provide funds for her abortion, and she made that decision that was the best one for her. We'll be hearing a range of abortion experiences in addition to Erica's today, including from one of our witnesses. And we're also fortunate to be joined by additional experts to provide their legal, public health, and medical expertise. Democrats in the House have passed critical legislation that enshrines the right to abortion and protects Americans' ability to get the full access of health care. I urge the Senate to act quickly and finally pass the Women's Health Protection Act, which codifies Roe versus Wade, so that it can be signed into law without future delay. Now, as co-chair of the House Pro-Choice Caucus and as chair of this subcommittee, I can guarantee you I will never give up our fight to ensure that everybody in this country, regardless of where they live, has the power and the freedom to make their own decisions, including decisions about abortion. I join with Chairman Pallone, Speaker Pelosi, and the Biden administration in being more determined and committed than ever to do everything that we can at every turn and every possibility to restore and expand the freedom of all people to make their own decisions and to access the health care they need. And at this time, I'd like to recognize the ranking member of the subcommittee, Mr. Griffith, for 5 minutes for an opening statement.
Thank you, Chair DeGette. Just 3 years ago in my home Commonwealth of Virginia, an aggressive abortion bill introduced by Delegate Kathy Tran in the House of Delegates caused an uproar. During questioning by now Speaker of the House Todd Gilbert, the sponsor herself admitted that her bill would legalize abortion in the final moments before birth, even after a mother is dilated at 40 weeks, provided one doctor certified that continuation of the pregnancy would in some way impair the mother's mental health. Even during follow-up questions by Delegate Gilbert, Delegate Tran confirmed that her bill's language would allow for that possibility. Adding fuel to the fire, then Governor Ralph Northam made the following public comments when asked about Delegate Tran's bill. I quote, "If a mother is in labor, I can tell you exactly what would happen. The infant would be delivered. The infant would be kept comfortable. The infant would be resuscitated if that's what the mother and the family desired, and then a discussion would ensue between the physicians and the mother." End of quote. This statement shocked many, including myself, who criticized it as being in favor of infanticide. It is inconceivable that a baby born alive should not have the same rights as any other newborn. It is inconceivable that the life of a mother is not if the life of the mother is not threatened, that you could abort a baby even after dilation. It is inconceivable to me that some would advocate for terminating the life of a child after he or she has been born. So inconceivable to me were these views that after learning of the governor's comments, I held off releasing a strongly worded statement, assuming he would quickly clarify his statements and strongly rebut this horrific interpretation. Unfortunately, this did not happen. After widely being accused of supporting infanticide, the governor stood by his comments the next day. The governor doubled down and he said he had no regrets about his comments. It is clear that some radical pro-abortion advocates have moved way past safe, legal, and rare. And this isn't a recent development. We only need to look back to 2019, right across the river to Virginia. This is just one example of how some abortion supporters have failed to acknowledge the humanity of an unborn child or even a child born alive. As a strong supporter of the right to life, I welcome the Dobbs opinion. The Supreme Court got the law right in Dobbs. The majority opinion made a well-reasoned and persuasive argument that Roe took power out of the hands of the people and the state legislators. The court has restored democratic principles to this issue. It is important for those of us who call ourselves pro-life to support mothers, children, and adoptive families. We have a foundation to build on. According to a report by the Charlotte Lozier Institute, there were more than 2,700 pregnancy help centers nationwide in 2019, providing free and low-cost services to millions of people annually. These centers provide help and alternatives to abortion. More than 800,000 lives were saved at pregnancy help centers from 2016 to 2020. In addition, the federal government offers programs to aid adoptive families. We should do more to help adoptive parents. It's time for our country to move on from the grave constitutional moral error of Roe and make progress on fulfilling the right to life. In closing, I am disappointed the majority denied us a second witness on the panel today, particularly when reviewing a topic so important to many citizens in front of this Oversight and Investigations Subcommittee. I believe a more balanced representation of the merits from both sides of the debate would have been valuable to today's conversation. I understand the practice is for the majority to host most of the witnesses for a hearing, but to stack a panel 5-to-1 like this does not allow for a truly balanced, fact-finding hearing, particularly on such an important issue. We should strive to hear from multiple viewpoints, particularly on an issue as deeply personal as abortion. Regardless, I thank all the witnesses for being here today, and I now would like to yield to Dr. Burgess for the remainder of my time.
And I thank the gentleman, the ranking member, for yielding, and I do feel obligated to say I am or have been a dues-paying member of both the American College of OB-GYN, the American Medical Association, and the American Association of Pro-Life OB-GYNs. I think the witness testimony we're going to hear today is going to be valuable. Dr. Francis, I will just have to say after reading your testimony, and I encourage, if anyone has not read your testimony, after serving on this subcommittee for almost 20 years, your testimony and the research that went into it, the documentation behind your statements is really exemplary. I don't know that I've ever encountered anything quite as thorough. This is not a list of talking points. This is a reasoned opinion. And I'll just agree with the ranking member of the subcommittee. The Democratic majority on the floor of the House right now is 4. In committee, it's 6. And then we see a ratio of witnesses that is 5-to-1. The only good news in all of that, Mr. Griffith, is that Dr. Francis is equal to the task and she has prepared excellent testimony. We need to listen to what she has to say. Thank you, and I'll yield back.
I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. Chair now will recognize the chairman of the full committee, Mr. Pallone, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairwoman DeGette. The Supreme Court's extreme decision last month to overturn the constitutional right to an abortion is causing chaos and confusion throughout the nation. Today, the subcommittee will examine the devastating impacts the court's decision will have on women and on health care in the U.S. The court's ideological decision reversed nearly 50 years of precedent. It was the first time in our nation's history that a fundamental individual right guaranteed by the Constitution had been stripped away by an extreme and partisan court. And it's the culmination of decades of unrelenting efforts by Republicans to control women's lives and bodies. The consequences of this unprecedented decision have been swift and severe. Already, abortion bans are in effect in at least 8 states, and over a dozen more are expected to either ban or severely limit abortion in a matter of weeks. As a result, women are either being forced to travel long distances to states where abortion remains lawful or are being forced to continue their pregnancies. Republican state politicians and anti-abortion extremists are also considering other actions that would penalize women, health providers, and anyone who wants to assist a woman obtain a legal abortion. These tactics are already having chilling effects. Women are being denied care, and doctors are being put in the horrible position of hesitating to provide life-saving health services out of legal confusion or fear of criminalization. And Republicans have made it clear that they are plotting to advance a nationwide ban to criminalize abortion. These Republican efforts to restrict abortion and to control a woman's life and her future are turning back the clock on the health, well-being, and equality of women nationwide. Studies show that women denied abortion face worse financial health and family outcomes. There's an increased likelihood of staying in contact with a violent partner, greater risk of serious health problems, and heightened risk of maternal death. In addition, those most impacted by abortion bans already face discriminatory barriers to health care, including women of color, low-income women, young women, and LGBTQ+ individuals. Since the court's decision, the Biden administration has taken steps to protect access to abortion. The administration has reiterated that federal regulation permits access to medication abortion, clarified requirements under the Emergency Medical Treatment and Labor Act, and issued guidance to make it clear to pharmacies they cannot discriminate against patients who seek to fill prescriptions. And while Republicans continue their efforts to punish and control women, House Democrats continue our fight to protect women's right to reproductive freedom. Just last week, the House passed the Women's Health Protection Act, which restores the right to an abortion nationwide, ensuring all Americans, regardless of where they live, can make their own decisions about their lives and futures. We also passed the Ensuring Women's Right to Reproductive Freedom Act, which reaffirms the constitutional right to travel across state lines to obtain a lawful abortion. It also protects healthcare providers who provide lawful abortions to out-of-state residents. And it protects anyone who may assist a woman in crossing state lines to obtain a lawful abortion, such as a friend, partner, or volunteer. And it's now time for the Senate to act on both of these bills. I just want to stress there's simply too much at stake. Consider my constituent, Andrea. She's a fourth-year student at Rutgers University in my district. She learned she was pregnant when she was 19 years old in her sophomore year of college while in a toxic and abusive relationship. Andrea realized she wasn't in a position to raise a child, particularly with her then partner, and that she'd be changing the trajectory of her future. As she said at a rally before the Supreme Court's decision, and now I'm quoting, "I am thankful every day that I made the choices that I did, and I was able to make those choices," unquote. It's Andrea's right and every woman's right to make her own decision about her health, her future, and her family without interference from Republican politicians. Democrats will continue our fight to protect access to reproductive health care and restore the right to an abortion as the law of the land. In the meantime, we must understand what is happening on the ground in the wake of this dangerous Dobbs decision by the Supreme Court. And for that reason, I'm pleased the witnesses are here today, and I look forward to their testimony. And with that, I yield back, Madam Chair. And let me say, Madam Chair, I really appreciate all that you've done, not only as the chairwoman of the O&I committee here, but also with the pro-choice caucus in bringing to our attention the terrible decisions or the terrible consequences of this Supreme Court action. And I yield back.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Chair now recognizes the ranking member of the full committee, Mrs. McMorris-Rogers, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I expect a lot of the discussion today to be about, quote, codifying Roe. So I want to be very clear. Roe v. Wade never settled the issue of abortion. For decades, it's divided America in unimaginable ways over the sharpest, most soul-searching issue before us as a nation. Supreme Court Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg said herself in 1985 that it has provoked, not resolved, conflict. She was right then, and those words ring true today. Further, Roe never kept up with the science. Because of technology today, we can see a baby develop day by day. Doctors perform prenatal surgeries to treat babies as patients in the womb and save lives. That wasn't possible in 1973 when Roe was decided. Decades later, look how far we've come. The first successful fetal surgery wasn't until 1981. In 2002, 3 American hospitals led the way in the MOMS trial to see if babies diagnosed with spina bifida had a better quality of life after birth if they had surgery while in the womb. As Stat News reported, doctors stopped the trial early because the results were so conclusive. Fetal surgery was better for babies and their ability to walk later in life. As of 2011, fetal surgery for this diagnosis is the standard of care. In addition, the world's first successful fetal heart surgery was in 2016. Doctors removed a fast-growing heart tumor from a baby inside the womb at 6 months. Surely, these are medical achievements the American Medical Association celebrated to save lives. So I'm disappointed you're here today to advocate for an agenda for more abortion. I don't understand. Roe doesn't reflect the latest research or modern medicine. The science has evolved, and we should be learning from this and come to reject abortion because it's inhumane. Now, nearly 50 years after Roe, the Supreme Court has affirmed the American people's right to speak through their elected officials and enact laws to protect unborn children. So the question upon us is, how do we want to define the human rights issue of our generation? Is it by dehumanizing life and promoting a culture that destroys the most vulnerable among us? Or is it by making abortion unthinkable, by leading a new era that celebrates the science and every person's God-given, unalienable human rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness for all? Unfortunately, the Democrats are choosing a path of more pain, insecurity, and dehumanization. Last week, Democrats passed the Abortion on Demand Until Birth Act and Ensuring Access to Abortion Act. This agenda is not about codifying Roe v. Wade. The Democrats' extreme abortion agenda goes far beyond that. While my colleagues across the aisle talk about 1973, this is the future they want to create in America. Abortions for all 9 months of pregnancy, unrestricted abortions for any reason, including based on race, sex, and disability, the elimination of people with Down syndrome, the destruction of pro-life pregnancy centers, providing health care and helping women and babies, the denial of science and amazing medical achievements, and doctors and healthcare providers forced to violate their sincerely held beliefs and perform abortions. There's nothing about this agenda that celebrates human rights or the dignity of every person. This is not how I define a free and just society for my daughters and my son. Every person, born and unborn, has human rights. It's self-evident. And for America to be a more perfect union, our laws must reflect that. I hope today that we will have a more informed discussion about how we can build a better future so women and their babies have the love, care, and support that they need at every stage of life. Let's come together to help the most marginalized in society, especially the weakest, helpless, most innocent, and vulnerable who don't have a voice. I also want to thank and recognize Dr. Christina Francis with the American Association of Pro-Life OBGYNs. Your expertise is valued, and I'm grateful that you're here today to dispel the fear and misinformation President Biden and the Democrats are spreading to promote abortion for all 9 months. Women everywhere deserve the truth. Thank you, and I yield back.
Chair now asks unanimous consent that the members' written opening statements be made part of the record, and without objection, so ordered. I now want to introduce our witnesses for today's hearing. Ms. Renee Bracey Sherman, the founder and executive director of We Testify, welcome. Ms. Leah M. Litman, assistant professor of law at the University of Michigan Law School, welcome. Dr. Paulina Guerrero, the National Programs Manager of All Options, welcome. Dr. Nisha Verma, a fellow with Physicians for Reproductive Health, and welcome to you. Dr. Jack Resneck, who's the president of the American Medical Association, welcome. And Dr. Christina Francis, the CEO-elect of the American Association of Pro-Life Obstetricians and Gynecologists, welcome. Thanks to all of the witnesses for appearing before our committee today. As you are aware, the committee is holding a hearing under oath, or an investigative hearing, and we do so, we have a tradition of swearing our witnesses in under oath. Do any of you have any objection to testifying under oath today? Let the record reflect the witnesses responded no. The chair then advises you, under the rules of the House and the rules of the committee, you're entitled to be accompanied by counsel. Do any of you wish to be accompanied by counsel today? Let the record reflect the witnesses have responded no. So if you would, please rise and raise your right hand so you may be sworn in. Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please be seated. Let the record reflect that the witnesses have responded affirmatively, and you are now under oath and subject to the penalties set forth in Title 18, Section 1001 of the U.S. Code. At this time, the chair will recognize each witness for 5 minutes to begin their opening statement. Before we begin, I'd like to make you aware there's a timer on your screen. We're hoping that it will work now. It'll count down your remaining time. And so first, I would like to recognize you, Ms. Bracey Sherman. You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Good morning, members of the House Energy and Commerce Committee. It is my distinct honor to speak to you this morning and serve my country in this way. My name is Renee Bracey Sherman, and I am the founder and executive director of We Testify, an organization dedicated to the leadership and representation of people who have abortions. Like many of your constituents and loved ones, I had an abortion. It was one of the best decisions of my life, period. I've been to several congressional hearings before, often seated behind the We Testify storytellers. It takes courage for them to sit here, to open up their hearts and life stories, and share how they've been impacted by the barriers that make abortion more costly, inaccessible, and less rooted in the best practices of medicine. The bans and restrictions are designed to shame us and make abortion hard or impossible to access. These situations are tragic, not only because people must remain pregnant longer than they want to be, often while caring for the children they already have, but because the very leaders who force them to do so also block child tax credits, the Medicaid expansion, and refuse to engage in conversations about paid parental or sick leave or affordable health care, affordable child care, or even create a national health care system. And once these children are born, immigrant children are caged apart from their families. Trans children are turned into political fodder. Young students are murdered in their schools. And Black and brown parents live in anxiety about the day their children encounter the police. These issues are not separate from abortion. They are the realities we consider when weighing whether we want to bring another life into this country. That is what reproductive justice is all about. The ability for all of us, especially people of color, to be able to decide if, when, and how to grow our families, and to be able to do so free from state-sanctioned coercion, oppression, and violence. Despite the abortion bans, many people are and will still get abortions, but far from home and at great expense. I care for them regularly. I am one of the many thousands of volunteers with local abortion funds who receives them into our cars, our homes, and communities. This community care is being criminalized, not because it is wrong, but because anti-abortion legislators think it's a good policy to criminalize Americans showing up for each other. No one should be prosecuted for the outcomes of their pregnancies, whether it is a miscarriage, stillbirth, or an abortion. Neither should the providers or helpers who care for us. 1 in 4 of us will have an abortion in our lives. Everyone loves someone who has abortions. Ask yourself, who do you love that you'd be willing to lock up simply because they had abortions? I feel so lucky that when I was 19, my abortion care network clinic was 10 minutes from my home, and an Orthodox Jewish nurse held my hand, and she did so because her faith called her to. But that almost wasn't my story. Shortly before my appointment, I didn't know if I could hold on. I didn't think I could be pregnant for another moment. I hoped it would all go away. And when it didn't, every day I considered throwing myself down the stairs as I had seen in movies and in history books. One night, I drank an unsafe amount of alcohol, believing it would cause a miscarriage. It didn't. Thankfully, I went to my appointment and received my abortion. That was when it was legal in every state. Now it is not, and I know some will try the methods that I did, and I want them to know that there are safe methods to self-managing their abortions according to the World Health Organization. It is 1 mifepristone pill followed by 4 misoprostol pills dissolved under the tongue 24 to 48 hours later, or a series of 12 misoprostol pills, 4 at a time, dissolved under the tongue every 3 hours. There's no way to test it in the bloodstream, and a person doesn't need to tell the police what they took. I share that to exercise my right to free speech because there are organizations and legislators who want to make what I just said a crime. Everyone loves someone who has abortions. As I close, I'd like to say that I've been sharing my story for over a decade, but for a long time, I thought my cousin Nora and I were the only ones in our family who'd had abortions. But as I shared my stories, others shared theirs. Many in my families had abortions. They joined me as some of the 6,641 people who've had abortions who signed our amicus brief in the Dobbs case. Our abortions are just one of the many factors that shape our families. I owe my life to an abortion. Not only mine, but because shortly after Roe v. Wade, a Black woman was able to have an abortion in Illinois. She was in a relationship that wasn't right for her, and it allowed her to move on, attend nursing school, and marry a fellow student and have a child with him. As my mother, that child was me. And as my mother told me, Renee, I chose you. That is exactly what abortion is about, the ability for all of us to choose if, when, and how to create our families. On behalf of the over 100 We Testify abortion storytellers, I say this: give us back our abortions at any time and for any reason, anywhere in this country. Thank you.
Professor Litman, you're now recognized for 5 minutes.
Chair DeGette, Ranking Member Griffith, and members of the House Committee on Energy and Commerce, Subcommittee on Oversight and Investigations. Thank you for the opportunity to appear before you. My name is Leah Litman. I'm an assistant professor of law at the University of Michigan Law School, where I teach constitutional law, federal courts, reproductive rights and justice, current issues in public law litigation, and classes on the Supreme Court. I am here to explain how the court's decision overruling Roe v. Wade represents a challenge to the rule of law and is already having dramatic consequences on Americans' lives. The decision in Dobbs versus Jackson Women's Health Organization is part of a trend in Supreme Court decision-making. The court has engaged in a selective approach to precedent, to history, to facts, and to standard components of legal reasoning. The resulting unpredictability chills people's ability to exercise their constitutional rights, and it chills institutions' ability to protect those rights outside of the courts. Let me briefly explain the decision in Dobbs. The case focused on a Mississippi law that was concededly unconstitutional under Roe. While Mississippi did not initially ask the court to overturn Roe to uphold its abortion ban, it changed its tune once the makeup of the court changed. The court majority ultimately handed down the decision Mississippi asked for, overruling Roe and Casey. Since the decision came out, it has had an immediate and devastating impact on individuals' lives and their ability to make decisions about their bodily autonomy. Over 10 states immediately sought to enforce laws banning abortion. Clinics stopped performing abortions in other states because of legal uncertainty created by the decision. These laws and the legal uncertainty they create have caused profound harms on various groups. The people who struggle to travel to obtain abortion care, who must search for clinics that are more than 500 miles from their communities, clinics that are overwhelmed with an influx of patients from states that have banned abortion and are now booking appointments well into the future. People who are unable to travel and are now forced to carry pregnancies to term against their will, and people who will have to be close to death before they receive life-saving care. The abortion bans and the fervor of the anti-abortion movement have a broad, chilling effect on reproductive health care. What we are seeing is that just because a law does not explicitly prohibit a procedure, that does not ensure that the procedure will be available when it is actually needed. Just this week, the Texas Medical Association sent a letter describing how abortion bans are delaying miscarriage care and increasing risks to women's lives and their well-being. And denying, burdening, or destabilizing abortion care will not only impact people's lives and their health, it will also jeopardize their economic stability, their ability to care for their families, and more. The reasoning in Dobbs has also created uncertainty about the future of the right to privacy more broadly. The court's reasons for overruling Roe call into question decisions that recognize the right to contraception, the right to marriage equality, and the right to same-sex sexual intimacy. In Dobbs itself, Justice Thomas wrote to urge the court to overrule the decisions protecting those rights, rights that we have relied on in our lives, just as we have relied on the right to abortion. People are also wondering if they have the right to travel to another state to obtain an abortion. Will the court invalidate statutes prohibiting interstate travel? Will the court invalidate a conviction or professional sanctions on a doctor who provides an abortion to someone who has traveled out of state? These are just some of the questions the court's opinion has raised, and some of the questions that are all the more difficult to answer now, given the court's chaotic and selective approach to legal reasoning. I would like to close with 3 anecdotes about where we find ourselves today, less than a month after the decision in Dobbs. The state of Texas is currently suing to ensure that hospitals are not required to perform life-saving abortions. Let me repeat that. Texas is trying to force doctors to choose between not acting in life-threatening situations and facing criminal prosecution. This is happening at the same time that the Texas Medical Association wrote a letter to the state medical board, begging them to do something because of how abortion bans are threatening patients' lives and health by interfering with doctors' ability to provide life-saving care. The Indiana Attorney General sought to investigate a doctor who performed an abortion on a 10-year-old rape victim from out of state. There are myriad reports of healthcare providers and patients experiencing difficulties and uncertainty about whether they can provide needed miscarriage care or obtain certain forms of contraception. This is what has happened within a month of the Dobbs decision. I shudder to think about what will happen next if there is not meaningful action to protect access to abortion and support those people who seek it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor. Dr. Guerrero, you're now recognized for 5 minutes.
Good morning, Chair DeGette, Ranking Member.
Doctor, if you can move that microphone a little closer, that'd be great.
Sure. Does that work?
Perfect.
Okay. Good morning, Chair DeGette, Ranking Member Griffith, and other members of the subcommittee. Thank you for allowing me to speak today about the devastating impacts of the recent reversal of Roe. My name is Paulina Guerrero, and I'm the National Programs Manager at All Options. I am a proud grassroots organizer, educator, and most importantly, a peer counselor for pregnant people. All Options is a nonprofit organization that provides unbiased, judgment-free support to people in all of their pregnancy experiences, including parenting, abortion, adoption, miscarriage, and infertility. We do this through extensive programming, which includes our Hoosier Diaper Program and Hoosier Abortion Fund in Indiana, and 2 national counseling hotlines. Our national hotlines include the Talk Line, which is a secular line staffed by trained peer counselors, and Faith Aloud, which provides spiritual support by clergy and spiritual leaders. Our services support pregnant people and their partners, family members, friends, and other community members. All Options offer support for the full spectrum of pregnancy experiences. We know that our clients can include the mother of 2 kids who may also need to have an abortion, who could also be an adoptee, and could have also suffered a previous miscarriage. They are all the same person. Parenting, adoption, and abortion should not be siloed off from each other as if it belongs to different sets of people, but rather seen as a compendium of experiences that can happen within a reproductive lifetime of an individual, each deserving of respectful and compassionate care. We know one thing for certain: everyone deserves all options. In Indiana, there is already a ban on insurance coverage for abortion and a mandatory 18-hour delay that requires 2 appointments to access care. That means scraping together hundreds of dollars, missing 2 days of work, finding childcare, and coordinating transportation to get health care that is so stigmatized and shamed that our clients are not even able to tell anyone why they need to be gone for 2 days without facing repercussions. With Roe overturned, the ability to seek abortion care has become exponentially and in some cases dangerously more difficult. The recent Supreme Court ruling has opened the door for complete and utter chaos. We have created a situation where pregnant people are shut out from care, cut off from trusted resources, and could face severe legal repercussions. Those most at risk of being criminalized are Black, Indigenous, Latinx, AAPI, people of color, queer people, immigrants, young people, and people living in poverty. I am sure of this because it has already happened in the state of Indiana. Bebe Shui, a Chinese immigrant living in Indiana, was criminalized in 2011 for attempting suicide while pregnant. Purvi Patel, who is Indian American, was criminalized in 2013 for allegedly self-managing her abortion. At the Hoosier Abortion Fund, 35% of our clients are already forced to travel to neighboring states to access basic health care. If abortion is banned in Indiana, 100% of our clients will need to travel out of state to receive care. What is an already untenable situation has now become close to impossible. These are the conditions that are leading to a humanitarian crisis. Polls show that the majority of Americans support abortion access while still having some complicated feelings and thoughts around it. This has always made complete sense to me. Anybody facing a pregnancy decision is sitting with all the layers, complexities, and challenges of what it would take to make any decision. Parenting can be a very difficult choice, especially if you already have children, which the majority of abortion patients do and are struggling with emotional and financial capacity. We know from working with our clients that adoption is not a better or worse option, but simply another option with its own layered and complex dynamics. And finally, yes, abortion can be a difficult choice for some, a very obvious choice for others, and a life-saving decision for many. At all options, our experiences of supporting people with any of their pregnancy decisions has given us one simple truth. Abortion is a parenting decision. Over 60% of people having abortions are already parents, so they understand the realities and demands of raising a child. The feelings our clients express when trying to make a pregnancy decision range from shock, sadness, relief, anger, determination, happiness, and at times, a heartfelt and abiding sense of love. Love for their families, their children, their communities, and themselves. Finally, I want to be very clear. To attack the right to access abortion care is to wage war on the poor. Individuals of wealth and means have always been able to access abortion care and will continue to be able to access abortion care no matter what the laws decide. Access to abortion care should be accessible to all people. Securing abortion as a fundamental right can be a small step toward addressing racial and economic inequities in the United States. It will not solve it, and it is not nearly enough, but it is a start. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Verma, you're now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair DeGette, Ranking Member Griffith, and distinguished members of the
Doctor, if you could also move your microphone a little, perfect.
Perfect. My name is Dr. Nisha Verma, and I'm a board-certified, fellowship-trained obstetrician and gynecologist who provides full-spectrum reproductive health care. I'm a fellow with Physicians for Reproductive Health, a network of physicians across the country working to improve access to comprehensive reproductive health care. I'm also a proud Southerner. I was born and raised in North Carolina and have lived in the Southeast for most of my life. Growing up, I saw firsthand the devastating impacts of restrictions on contraception and abortion care in the lives of real people, my friends, family, people in my community. They are the reason that I'm here before you today. I became a doctor and OBGYN because of my drive to take care of people without judgment throughout the course of their lives, regardless of their healthcare needs. For me, that commitment includes talking people through their first pap smears, delivering their babies, and supporting them as they decide to continue or to end a pregnancy. Whether I'm caring for someone who is ready to build a family, already parenting, or focused on their education or career, all my patients have something in common. They are making thoughtful decisions about their health and well-being and deserve high-quality care, including abortion care, regardless of who they are or where they live. In this moment, I am terrified for my patients and my community. As a doctor in Georgia, I see firsthand the reality we're in. Like many other states, Georgia has had multiple restrictions on abortion access for years, none of them based in medicine or science. One of these restrictions is a mandatory waiting period, meaning that patients must receive state-directed counseling and then wait 24 hours before I can provide their needed abortion. I have to follow this law even though I know, based on the evidence, that waiting periods serve no medical purpose. They are intended to make the care less accessible. This mandatory waiting period can only be waived in a medical emergency, forcing me to question how sick is sick enough. Now, after the Supreme Court erased our constitutional right to abortion, we as doctors are forced to grapple with these impossible situations more and more often. Situations where the laws of our state directly violate the medical expertise that we gained through years of training and the oath that we took to provide the best care for our patients. I have also provided care in Massachusetts and Delaware and have seen how dramatically the care that I am able to provide and that people are able to receive varies based on the laws of the state. In these states, when I don't have to deal with medically unnecessary restrictions on abortion access, I can focus on doing what I'm trained to do, providing safe, compassionate, evidence-based care. I understand that abortion care can be a complicated issue for many people, just like so many aspects of healthcare and life can be. But I'm here today to tell you that abortion is evidence-based, compassionate, essential healthcare. It should not be singled out for exclusion or have additional administrative or financial burdens placed upon it. Bans and restrictions on abortion care have far-reaching consequences, both deepening existing inequities and worsening health outcomes. When abortion is difficult or impossible to access, complicated health conditions can worsen and even result in death. In Georgia, abortion is still legal, but HB 481, a law that would ban most abortions in the state, could go into effect in the coming months. This would undoubtedly worsen maternal outcomes in our region, forcing doctors to turn away patients that we know how to care for. The reality is, as a provider of comprehensive reproductive health care, I know people are able to make complex, thoughtful decisions about their health and lives. It is indefensible that anyone, any politician, would try to prevent them from doing so. Despite the Supreme Court's decision and efforts by politicians to create an unjust patchwork of abortion bans and restrictions, I am unwavering in my commitment to support people in my home and my community in the South in whatever way I can. It shouldn't have to be this way. People should be able to get the care that they need in their communities in a manner that is best for them with the people they trust. I urge you to listen to the stories of people who provide and access abortion care. I hope these stories help you understand that abortion care is not an isolated political issue, and to see how profoundly restrictions on abortion access harm all of our communities. Thank you for having me today, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you so much, Doctor. Dr. Resneck, you're now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, and good morning. As president of the AMA, I appreciate the opportunity to discuss the ramifications of the Dobbs decision on physicians and on our patients. It overturned nearly half a century of precedent, ending patients' rights to comprehensive reproductive health care, allowing government intrusion into the exam room, and criminalizing medical care. And now our members in many states are reporting chaos and confusion. My physician colleagues have been placed in an impossible situation, trying to meet their ethical duties to place patients' health and well-being first, while attempting to comply with vague, restrictive, complex, and conflicting state laws that interfere in the practice of medicine and jeopardize the health of our patients. Physicians are worried about prosecution of their patients and themselves in the midst of significant legal uncertainty. Let me be clear, this is dangerous for our patients. Our ethical obligation is to help patients choose the optimal course of treatment through shared decision-making that is fully informed by evidence-based medical science and shaped by patient autonomy. Anything less puts patients at risk and undermines both the practice of medicine and our nation's health. AMA policy supports patients' access to the full spectrum of reproductive health care options, including abortion and contraception, as a right. Our policies are the result of a democratic process in which physicians representing every specialty, every state, urban and rural communities across the political spectrum come together in our large, diverse House of Delegates. Let me tell you about some of the extraordinary ways in which lives are now being put at risk. Physicians seeing ectopic pregnancies or patients with sepsis or hemorrhage during pregnancy are literally calling hospital attorneys who, in some cases, tell them to wait until there is a higher chance of death before intervening. Patients with new life-threatening cancers are being forced to travel to other states and wait to terminate their pregnancies and begin their chemotherapy treatment. These are not rare examples. This is what happens when government inserts itself into complex healthcare decisions that should be made between a patient and a physician. This is what happens when physicians know their clinical judgment may be second-guessed by other hospital staff or prosecutors. And make no mistake, this is very dangerous. Ectopic pregnancies are already the leading cause of maternal mortality in the first trimester. Miscarriages with complications and ectopic pregnancies are not rare. Every day, physicians are making intense, time-sensitive decisions where delays threaten lives. We applaud the recent clarification by HHS that EMTALA would be a defense for criminal prosecutions when a physician needs to terminate a pregnancy to stabilize or save the life of a pregnant person. But physicians continue to face uncertainty and risk in these situations. As Professor Litman noted, the state of Texas just brought a legal challenge against HHS's assertion of EMTALA preemption over state law. We're also aware of patients having difficulty accessing methotrexate, just because it happens to be a very effective alternative to surgery for the treatment of ectopic pregnancies. I'm a dermatologist. I use methotrexate to treat certain autoimmune diseases, cancers, psoriasis. But some pharmacists in some states are refusing to stock or dispense methotrexate and other drugs. We're also concerned about ensuring continued access to mifepristone, part of a safe and highly effective regimen to terminate pregnancies and manage miscarriages. Certain states have laws that are not evidence-based and inappropriately interfere with the FDA's regulatory decisions about the use of mifepristone. Everything we're witnessing in the wake of Dobbs will exacerbate existing health inequities. The heaviest burdens will fall on patients from Black, Latino, Indigenous, low-income, rural, LGBTQ, and other historically disadvantaged communities. And that includes worsening our maternal mortality crisis. States that end legal abortion will not end abortion. They will end safe abortion, risking devastating consequences, including patients' lives. Many more people will resort to self-managed abortions without medical supervision. Some who are able to obtain abortions will get them far later in pregnancy after traveling and waiting. And clear, convincing evidence shows that others who carry unwanted pregnancies to term will experience worsening physical and mental health, more exposure to intimate partner violence, and far more economic distress. We've only begun to assess the full impact of the Dobbs decision. I haven't even touched on the impacts on medical education, privacy of medical data, travel across state lines, or the physical safety of patients and physicians. The AMA is committed to its longtime opposition to criminalizing medical practice. We believe termination of a pregnancy is a medical matter between patients and their physicians. We will always have doctors' backs and patients' backs, and we will oppose laws or regulations that limit access to comprehensive, evidence-based reproductive health care, including abortion. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, Doctor. The chair will announce there's a vote on the floor right now, and so we'll hear from Dr. Francis, and then we will recess until we're finished. I don't know how many votes there are, but until we're finished with the vote. So Dr. Francis, you're now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Chairs DeGette and Pallone, Ranking Members Griffith and McMorris-Rogers, and members of the subcommittee, thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. My name is Dr. Christina Francis, and I'm a board-certified OBGYN. I desire for women to have the best possible health care, and for them and their children to have the best chance to pursue their goals and dreams. As an OBGYN hospitalist, I have the distinct honor and privilege to be with women and their families during the most exciting, challenging, and sometimes heartbreaking times of their lives. I also serve as a patient and human rights advocate. I believe that all human beings are created equal. One of the reasons I chose the specialty of obstetrics was because of the challenge of taking care of 2 patients at once. With the advancements in medical technology and understanding over the last 49 years, it is now undisputed fact that at the moment of fertilization, a distinct, living, and whole human being comes into existence. Thankfully, in most circumstances, the lives of my 2 patients benefit one another, and our mantra of healthy mom and healthy baby is a reality. In the decades since the Roe decision, our ability to successfully treat medically complex pregnancies has increased dramatically. There are, however, still situations in which a pregnancy complication can occur and endanger a pregnant woman's life, such as an ectopic pregnancy or an infected uterus, which I have treated hundreds of times in my 14-year career. My intent in these situations is to save the life of the mother, not, as is the case in an abortion, to end the life of the preborn human being. However, this can be done in a way that not only ensures the mother receives excellent medical care, but also respects the dignity of the life of her child, something my patients have been very grateful for. There's been a lot of false information being spread that laws limiting abortion will prevent these life-saving treatments, but this is blatantly absurd. Not only do no state laws currently on the books prohibit these treatments, but even state laws restricting abortion pre-Roe allowed for them. The nearly 7,000 members of APLOG, the American Association of Pro-Life OBGYNs, along with the remainder of the 76 to 93% of OBGYNs who do not perform abortions, know that elective abortion does not need to be legal in order to ensure we can provide our patients with excellent health care. Our position at APLOG is that women deserve fully informed consent. This should be a point of common ground for both abortion advocates and those who advocate for both patients. Women cannot receive fully informed consent on risks and benefits of any given procedure if they are not seen by a physician or other qualified medical professional, and yet we see this happening with the push for self-managed abortions via pills obtained online. This actively places women's lives at risk as they cannot be adequately screened for ectopic pregnancies, which occur in 1 in 50 pregnancies, or for an accurate gestational age, something FACOG states up to 50% of women will be wrong about without an ultrasound. Women deserve better than this kind of negligent care. I was the only OBGYN for roughly 300,000 women in rural Kenya for 3 years. I've seen firsthand what happens when women don't have access to basic medical care. And I've also seen what interventions improve their outcomes: access to quality prenatal care, access to blood products, and appropriate screening and treatment of health complications during pregnancy. Excellent health care does not include abortion. Elective abortion has no health benefits to my patients. It ends the life of one, and it often causes harm to the other. There are more than 160 studies that show an increased risk of preterm birth in future pregnancies after surgical abortions. Our preterm birth rates are already the highest in the developed world, with a disparate impact on the Black community. Women considering abortion deserve to know that once they are ready to be mothers, they could face the possibility of losing a child to prematurity. Having sat and cried with patients in this very situation, I couldn't help but wonder if they would have made a different decision had they only known. Abortion also leads to a significant increased risk of adverse mental health outcomes. The vast majority of the peer-reviewed literature on this issue shows that the long-lasting mental health effects from abortion include depression, anxiety, drug abuse, and suicide. One very large registry-linked study showed that women who had abortions had a 7 times increased risk of suicide compared to women who carried their pregnancies to term. When our country is already facing a mental health crisis unlike anything we've seen before, we should be minimizing contributing factors, not encouraging them. So what does a post-Roe world mean for my patients' health? Now we can finally have a robust discussion of the impact abortion has had. We have a chance to restore trust in the medical profession to advocate for both of our patients. It means that women have a chance at healthcare that puts their safety and that of their child ahead of a political narrative. And it means that instead of defaulting to abortion as a Band-Aid for a variety of complex issues, we will now be working to identify innovative solutions for women today, their preborn children, and for future generations. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Doctor. The committee will now stand in recess until the return of the chair. committee will come to order, and it's now time for members to have the opportunity to ask questions to our witnesses. Before I begin, once again, I want to remind members that if you are not speaking, please mute your mic. This prevents audio feedback for the witnesses and listeners at home, and it also prevents everything you're saying from being heard in this room and on C-SPAN. Chair will now recognize herself for 5 minutes. So I think the thing that happened with the Dobbs decision is that it really unleashed an unprecedented amount of chaos in our country. And that was because we had many states that already had these so-called trigger laws that went into effect immediately upon the decision. And also because many states started taking quick action to take very extreme positions like banning all of abortions. And so I want to hear from our witnesses about just what kind of effect, as several of the witnesses said, just in the last 30 days, I'd like to hear from you about some of these things. And if you can keep your responses brief so we can hear from everybody. Professor Litman, as a legal scholar, are you aware of any prior instance in America's history in which the U.S. Supreme Court has actually taken away a right that was given under the Constitution?
I am not aware of any prior instance in which the court has taken away a right that is so fundamental to so many or denied the privacy, liberty, and equality rights of over half of the country.
Thank you. Dr. Verma, do you think that the public health impacts are going to be just as sweeping as this decision that Professor Litman talked about?
Thank you for that question. Absolutely.
And why is that?
I think that these restrictions are going to affect people seeking abortion care for all reasons, including life-saving abortion care in medical emergencies. We're also seeing that in states with laws criminalizing abortion provision, doctors are nervous to provide pregnant patients with needed diagnostic tests, things like radiology imaging, anesthesia. Pregnant people are not being able to get medications, for example, autoimmune conditions. We're seeing a vast array of effects. People with ectopic pregnancies and miscarriages are being affected. So this is really affecting all aspects of reproductive health care.
So we're hearing from people on the other side of the aisle, the Republicans, that this is just really not true, and that abortion is actually not health care, and that people aren't experiencing these consequences. You're practicing medicine on a daily basis, is that correct?
Correct.
And so, first of all, is abortion health care?
Abortion is absolutely health care. All of our science-based, evidence-based medical societies have come together to establish this fact that abortion is health care.
And are you seeing the kind of cases that everybody's been talking about and that we're seeing in the press?
Absolutely, yes.
Thank you. Now, Dr. Resneck, we don't often see the American Medical Association here, and we're glad to have you here. Can you tell me exactly why the AMA is speaking out on this particular issue today?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would say we actually have, for several years now, been deeply involved in a number of cases around access to abortion, which we believe is part of comprehensive health care. We briefed in the Dobbs case as we were engaged in several of the Texas cases that preceded it.
And why did you do that as an association? Why did you think abortion was so important?
Well, as I said in my opening statement, our House of Delegates decides our policy. It doesn't just come from me as president or from our board, and our House of Delegates recognizes just how dangerous it is, whether it's reproductive health care, whether it's taking care of LGBTQ youth, whether it's pediatricians being able to counsel their patients about firearm violence, that when we have people and legislators trying to make hard and fast rules about how you take care of patients, that it doesn't recognize the complexities of patient care.
So what you're saying is that the AMA feels strongly that these decisions should be made by a person and their doctor, not by politicians.
We do, and again, that comes from a diverse set of people in our House of Delegates from every state in the country, from across the political spectrum. While we recognize that individual physicians obviously come to this with their own individual opinions about abortion, that the ability to actually take care of patients and not have criminalization of healthcare is a fundamental importance to the health of the nation.
Thank you. Dr. Guerrero, how do you think that the women and providers who are already being affected by the court's decision are feeling about this? What are you hearing?
What we're hearing with our clients and callers that we work with is just a huge sense of urgency, fear. There's a lot of fear around criminalization, mass confusion. People are extremely confused as to even what the laws are. The laws right now, with what's happened with Roe Reversal, was already confusing because of the various challenges that were happening on a state level. And now with this happening, people are even more just at a loss as to what to do. And so the effects of it have been detrimental.
Thank you. I'm going to let you, Ms. Bracey Sherman, just speak quickly about how far you and the people you work with think that this agenda is going to go.
I mean, we've always known that their goal is to criminalize abortion. And anyone who says that that is not the goal is lying, because we have seen that people who have abortions, anyone who helps someone get an abortion, has been criminalized. There are people who are sitting in jail experiencing that. So we know that is the truth, and it's very scary.
Thank you so much. Chair now recognizes the ranking member for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is going to be a question for all the witnesses. It's a yes or no question. So I know you may want to expand, but it's yes or no. To all the witnesses, do you support any restrictions on abortion? Do you support any restrictions on abortion? Yes or no?
I believe that people,
Yes or no?
I believe that people
Yes or
who
no?
have abortions deserve to make that decision
Yes or
for
no?
themselves. I don't think
All right,
that
that's
it's
a no.
fair that you're
Ms. Litman.
asking us to say
Ms.
yes or
Litman.
no to a question
Professor
that is
Litman,
this complex.
I'm sorry. Take back my time. Yes or no?
I reject the question because all bans are denying
All right,
people
that's
the
a no.
ability to
Dr.
decide
Guerrero,
whether to
yes or
have
no?
reproductive health care and control over
Dr.
their own
Guerrero,
bodies.
yes or no?
It's not a yes nor question. It's a
All right,
question
fair
for
enough, it's a
patients
no.
and their
Dr. Verma,
providers.
yes or no? Any restrictions?
I would love to answer your question. I do need more
So that's a
time.
no. Dr. Resneck, yes or no?
I similarly need more time to discuss that. It's just not a yes.
A yes or no on any restriction? It's a no. Dr. Francis? Thank you. Dr. Francis, what were the impacts of Roe v. Wade on health care of pregnant mothers and their unborn children?
So we have had 49 years of access to abortion in this country, and what we've seen is that we now have the worst preterm birth rates in the developed world. We know that abortion, again, based on 168 studies, increases a woman's risk of preterm birth. We also have one of the worst maternal mortality rates in the developed world. Abortion has done nothing to decrease our maternal mortality rates. And in fact, if you look at other countries who have more restrictive abortion laws than we have had in this country, their maternal mortality rates are better.
And Dr. Francis, what does the data show on the correlation between abortion and adverse mental health outcomes? And you mentioned this earlier a little bit, but go ahead and expand.
Yeah, absolutely. So if you look at the whole of the medical literature on this issue, what it shows is that 2/3 of the peer-reviewed studies show a link between abortion and adverse mental health outcomes. In fact, 20 to 30% of women on the low estimate will have long-lasting adverse mental health effects from their abortions.
All right, Dr. Francis, why is it important for women seeking abortions to be screened for coercion?
This is very important. So there's a study that reported that over 60% of women who obtained abortions reported feeling pressured or coerced into having their abortion, and only 11% of women reported receiving adequate counseling prior to their abortion. So it's extremely important. You know, if we want women to be able to make choices about their health care, they should be the ones making that choice, not someone pressuring them into that. And so it's very important that we be screening for this, and that's one of the reasons why women seeing a physician in person prior to obtaining an abortion is so key, so that they can have one-on-one interaction with her face-to-face to ensure that no one is pressuring her into this decision.
So let me reiterate what I heard. 60% of the women felt there was some form of coercion for them to have an abortion.
Correct.
Who came in seeking an abortion. And only 11%, according to your data, indicated they felt they had gotten proper counseling prior to having the abortion. Is that correct?
Correct. And proper counseling is imperative for a woman to be able to give informed consent.
Because that would also help on the mental health side, would it not?
Correct.
Right.
Yes.
Dr. Francis, you mentioned in your written testimony instances of physicians practicing outside their area of expertise when providing abortions. Can you provide examples of situations where this has happened and what the implications of this could be for a patient?
Absolutely. So we know in the June Medical versus Gee case that went before the Supreme Court in 2020, one of the reasons that the state of Louisiana actually enacted their admitting privilege law, which was a bipartisan supported law, was because that 2 of the abortion facilities in the state of Louisiana had radiologists and ophthalmologists performing surgical abortions on women. This is absolute medical malpractice. Radiologists and ophthalmologists are not trained in how to instrument a pregnant woman's uterus. They're not trained in how to take care of the complications. And this just represented, again, medical malpractice and poor care for women.
And let's talk about that not keeping up with the patient or not being able to. You mentioned in your written testimony instances of patients being abandoned by abortion clinics after the conclusion of the procedure. Could you elaborate on the nature of this abandonment?
Yes, so according to one recent study that looked at complications reported to the FDA of medication abortions, that showed that fewer than 40% of the complications were actually treated by the abortion provider themselves. The vast majority of women were left to present to their local emergency room. And I would like to read actually from an ACOG committee opinion on how—
You got 15 seconds, go.
Okay. It says, accurate communication of information about a patient from one member of the healthcare team to another is a critical element of patient care and safety. This highlights the need for direct patient handoff if a patient is having a complication, and this often does not happen when women have sought abortions and have complications.
Thank you very much. I yield back.
Chair now recognizes the chairman of the full committee, Mr. Pallone, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairwoman DeGette. I wanted to start with Dr. Verma. You state in your testimony that you are, and I quote, terrified for my patients and my community. Can you explain what has you so terrified for your patients? Are there particular impacts you fear most as abortion bans spread in states across the country?
Thank you for that question. So we are already seeing these impacts across the country in states where bans have gone into effect and in states like Georgia, where I practice, where we already have abortion restrictions. So these restrictions are making it harder for people to get care, including in medical emergencies. And so as one example of where these laws just don't make sense for us when we're taking care of the patient in front of us, I've taken care of patients with a condition called pulmonary hypertension. So that's a condition where if the person continues the pregnancy, their risk of death is 50%. 50%. But under these laws, if that person comes to me at 6 or 7 weeks before they've gotten a chance to get really sick, can I do their abortion, or do I have to wait until they get sick, they risk death? The idea of having to wait for someone to get sick is just counterintuitive to what we train to do as physicians, but that's what we're seeing in our communities. That's what we're being told by these laws that we have to do.
Thank you. Dr. Resneck, does the AMA share these concerns? Are there other impacts that your members fear should political interference in healthcare continue and abortion bans expand?
We do share these concerns. As has been described today, we are seeing chaos in the states. So we have not only trigger laws from recent years and new laws being passed, but we have laws from the 1800s still on the books in some states when medical care was quite different than it is today. So physicians are struggling every day. These are not rare examples with how to treat, again, these patients who present with great complexity in terms of how to treat them. And so in order to give informed consent and be able to proceed with what's best for a patient and help them decide, the lack of flexibility due to that government intrusion is very frightening.
Thank you. Now, we've heard from the medical professionals, so let me ask Professor Litman for your legal expertise. Can you talk a bit about what it means to have a constitutional right taken away, not only for access to abortion, but for other fundamental rights that Americans build their lives around? And when the court no longer follows precedent, what does that do to the rule of law?
We are already seeing that the court's decision overruling Roe versus Wade has opened the door for possibly overruling other rights as well. In Dobbs itself, Justice Thomas called on the court to revisit the right to contraception, the right to marriage equality, and the right to same-sex sexual intimacy. After Justice Thomas penned that opinion, essentially inviting litigants to bring him cases to overrule those decisions, we have seen politicians, including some of your colleagues in the other chamber, urge states to pass laws that would allow the court to overrule decisions recognizing marriage equality, decisions recognizing the right to contraception, and decisions recognizing the right to same-sex sexual intimacy. We are already seeing some of these broadly worded laws are restricting those rights today. There have been confusion and chaos about whether individuals still have continued access to certain forms of contraception, like IUD, Plan B, the morning after pill, because some of these broadly worded laws might potentially prohibit those practices. And so providers and patients are experiencing uncertainty and doubt about whether they can continue to obtain contraception and whether they can continue to provide it. So even if the court doesn't overrule those decisions immediately, its decision overruling Roe has already chilled the exercise of constitutional rights in addition to the right to abortion.
Thank you. And let me just ask Dr. Guerrero, can you describe what the Dobbs decision has meant for your clients and what added uncertainty folks are now facing when they call to ask for your help?
Sure. I think that the repercussions have been catastrophic. As far as the feelings that are coming up for people, there's just a huge range of extreme fear, urgency, anxiety, depression at the thought of not being able to access care. And we're seeing a sense of people just really feeling, already they were facing restrictions that really prevented them from accessing care in the first place. And now with the decision, we're seeing that kind of ratcheted up to a level where there's something to be really fearful about this being a crisis. And that's not hyperbole, that's not just some sort of flying off the handle dramatics. It's a real potential for humanitarian crisis. And so we're facing something that is going to be incredibly difficult to manage.
I appreciate that, and I want to thank our witnesses for the work that you do every day to support the rights and health of women and families across the country. And I yield back, Madam Chair.
Thank the chairman. Chair now recognizes the ranking member, Ms. McMorris-Rogers, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Last week, the Biden administration told hospitals that they must provide abortion services if the life of the mother is at risk, stating that the Emergency Medical Treatment and Labor Act, M.P.A, preempts state laws that limit abortions. The administration also threatened to defund hospitals that refuse to perform such procedures. Dr. Francis, is such guidance necessary?
So those of us who work in the hospital and see medical emergencies every day have operated under M.P.A. As long as I've been in practice, I've been operating under M.P.A. So there's never been a circumstance where I have not been able to intervene in order to stabilize or save the life of my patient when that is needed. And the other thing that M.P.A also provides for actually is for a pregnant woman, it provides for the stabilization and life-saving attempts for her unborn child as well. And that is how we have always operated. So as long as the directive is that we must intervene in a life-threatening situation to save a woman's life, and if that means prematurely separating her from her unborn child, that's how I have always practiced for my entire 14-year career. And I've never worked in a hospital that performed elective abortions. But those situations where it's a life-threatening condition for the mother, those are not the same as abortions that are intended to end the life of the unborn child. All of us who are physicians would be committing medical malpractice if we didn't intervene to save a woman's life. And again, that's what I have done every day for my 14-year career, and I don't see how that would need to change. I will still be able to intervene to save the life of my patients.
As a pro-life OBGYN, have you ever been able to provide emergency treatments without resorting to abortion? And is there any emergency situation where you can think of where an abortion is the only option?
So if we are defining abortion as the Royal College of OBGYNs defines it, which is a procedure intended to produce the death of a fetus, I have never needed to intentionally end the life of my fetal patient in order to save the life of a mother. There are situations, unfortunately, before viability, before baby can survive outside of mom, where we have to intervene because of a life-threatening complication. But again, that can be done in a way that respects the dignity of that unborn child's life and hopefully deliver mom an intact child that she can hold and grieve. And I can tell you from going through this with many, many patients that they appreciate being able to have their child to hold and grieve. So I fully acknowledge that there are life-threatening complications of pregnancy that we as competent and well-trained physicians need to treat, but that does not require allowing elective abortion through all 9 months of pregnancy for any reason.
Thank you. Would any existing state laws prevent you from treating ectopic pregnancies?
No state law that I am aware of or have seen the text of. In fact, all of the laws that I have seen specifically state that these laws do not apply to the situation of ectopic pregnancy.
Would any existing state laws prevent you from treating miscarriages?
Absolutely not. So a miscarriage is a completely different situation. That's a situation where the fetus has already passed and you are performing a procedure in order to evacuate the woman's uterus of the fetus that has already passed. And so state laws banning elective abortion are not banning procedures in and of themselves. They're banning procedures with the intent to end the life of the fetal human being.
Will overturning of Roe v. Wade lead to an increase in women dying? Why or why not?
No, because we see in other countries that have much more restrictive abortion laws that we do, or countries that have gone from legalized abortion to illegal abortion, they have actually seen their maternal mortality rates drop. What will lead to more women dying is women obtaining abortion pills online without being screened for ectopic pregnancies, and then having a ruptured ectopic pregnancy, experiencing vaginal pain and bleeding, vaginal bleeding and abdominal pain, and thinking that those symptoms are from their abortion, and then wasting valuable time where they should be seeking care, thinking that those are normal symptoms from their abortion while they're bleeding in their abdomen from a ruptured ectopic pregnancy.
Would you speak to what the data shows on the issue of abortion access and maternal mortality rates?
So, again, when we look at, there was a really good study actually done in Mexico that looked at different states that had different abortion laws. And what they found was that the states that had more restrictive abortion laws either had similar or better maternal mortality rates than those that had more permissive laws. And we've seen this in multiple other countries. And again, we have one of the worst maternal mortality rates in the developed world, and yet we have had some of the most permissive abortion laws, out of step with most of Europe and putting us in leagues with countries like China and North Korea.
Thank you. Well, I appreciate you being here to focus on the healthcare of women and how we can improve healthcare for women and children post-Roe.
Thank you.
I yield back.
Chair now recognizes Ms. Schakowsky for 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Madam Chairman. I just have one question for Dr. Resneck. We have seen widespread reports of emergency room doctors and nurses questioning whether care that they are, what care that they are allowed to give to patients who are, in trouble in the wake of this Dobbs decision. I know in your testimony, you state that the American Medical Association appreciated that the Biden administration did clarify to some extent the Emergency Medical Act. You talked a bit about that, the follow-up. But anyway, but my question for you is, do you feel that providers have clear information about what they can and can't do, and what are we going to do about that? When doctors ask, how much bleeding is bleeding enough, or, what are the guidelines right now? Are they there?
Thank you, Congresswoman, for that question. It's quite important, and my answer is no. They do not have clear guidance right now, and I can't sugarcoat this, and I can't magically fix it, because they are facing contradictory laws in the wake of the Dobbs decision, and states that, while another witness has said that they didn't have trouble managing ectopics over the years, that was in a Roe universe. And while we've heard stuff to the contrary, the reality that doctors are facing in many states now is that there are laws that are very specific about very narrow exceptions for the life of the mother or the health of a major organ system. And so these questions do come up every day, as you've heard from Dr. Verma. How much risk is enough risk? We have states where a patient was sent home after a miscarriage and an infection with premature rupture of membranes, where the patient had to wait till they were febrile and risking sepsis so that the physicians could feel safe. So we actually did ask for the administration to help with this clarification on EMTALA, because it gives one counterbalance to some of these dangerous state laws. But the reality is that physicians are still every day facing incredibly difficult situations where they're just put in unacceptable circumstances, having to weigh the risk. And again, there are very well-trained attorneys in some of these hospitals telling them very clearly, you can't do anything yet because the state law in this state that has just passed, or the state law from the 1800s that's still in effect, would judge you, and you would find yourself at risk of being accused in some cases of a felony and in years of trial to maintain your freedom and your medical license.
Are you saying even right now, when supposedly there is certainly the life of the mother has to be considered, that there are people who may face death because they can't get an abortion?
Yes, and one of the privileges of my job is that I get to talk to physicians around the country about what they're experiencing. So I've been doing a lot of that these last 3 weeks since I was sworn in to my current role as AMA president. But I also want to emphasize that there are the extreme examples which are incredibly concerning, which we have tried to shine a spotlight on. There are also everyday examples where, again, you just have to imagine being a physician in difficult circumstances where it's not always clear where things are headed. And this is where actually having thorough, thoughtful conversations about a patient's values and their wishes is very important. And that's what physicians do every day. And these are hard enough things for doctors and patients to face alone in a medical exam room together with the uncertainties that we all face and the difficult decisions that patients make every day and that we help be there with them for. They're a lot harder when sitting on your shoulder as a physician as a state attorney general who is going to retrospectively judge, particularly in this charged environment, those decisions that you are making. So we're taking something complicated and hard and trying to draw very artificial statutory lines around them. So it's not only that these more extraordinary examples, which are real and common, are dangerous, but just think about every day, right? 1% to 2% of all pregnancies are ectopic pregnancies. Miscarriages, spontaneous abortions. Everybody I know has a loved one, a family member, a friend who has experienced that. These are incredibly common things where the complexities are real, and doctors and patients have to be free to have these difficult conversations together and make difficult choices together, again, without having their judgment constrained.
Thank you so much for your response. Really appreciate it, and I yield back.
Thanks for the question.
Thank the gentlelady. Trina recognizes Mr. Burgess for 5 minutes.
Madam Chair, just before I start my questions, I ask unanimous consent to add 3 articles to the record, one being the National Library of Medicine version of the Hippocratic Oath, one being an ACOG practice bulletin, clinical management guidelines for medication abortion, and an article from lifenews.com from earlier this week. Kamala Harris says unborn babies are not real human beings. Ask unanimous consent to put these in the record.
All requests for inclusion of documents in the record will be considered at the end of the hearing. Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you. I agree with Dr. Resneck that these are important questions and they require a lot of thoughtful activity on the part of the committee. Again, I'll just state for the record that it is unfortunate that we have 5 witnesses opposed and only 1 in favor of the Republican position. The good news is that Dr. Francis seems to be up to the task and is able to hold her own with this 5-to-1 ratio. So Dr. Francis, let me ask you, as an OB-GYN, does every OB-GYN prior to Dobbs, does every OB-GYN in the country do abortions?
No, in fact, if you look at surveys done by actually abortion providers of OBGYNs in practice in the US, what it showed that anywhere between 76 and 93% of OBGYNs do not perform abortions, which to me says that they understand that elective abortion is not healthcare. We are women's healthcare professionals, And I don't know of another essential healthcare procedure that up to 93% of OBGYNs do not provide.
And Dr. Verma, is that consistent with your information?
My understanding of the data is that the vast majority of OBGYNs, over 85%, will connect a patient with needed abortion care
but they
even
don't
if
do
they don't provide the
Abortion,
services.
which Dr. Francis has told us is the purposeful ending of an unborn life.
That rate is not my understanding.
I think it's high, and I think Dr. Francis is correct. So here's the thing. Prior to Dobbs, 92%, or even if it's, take the lower number, 80% of OB-GYNs, when faced with a patient having a miscarriage, would do what? They would treat the patient having a miscarriage. Or faced with a patient with an ectopic pregnancy, they would treat the patient. I consider myself a pro-life OB-GYN. Practiced for 25 years. Never once did I hesitate to take care of a patient who had suffered a spontaneous incomplete miscarriage, a spontaneous incomplete AB. I mean, it is something that you just do, and never would I have expected that someone would have second-guessed that decision. But the problem where we find ourselves now is that we've actually invited some of the controversy that is that people are decrying. So Dr. Francis, let me just ask you, I mean, you go to some lengths to talk about the necessity for the proper handoff, and like anyone else practicing OB-GYN in a community hospital, I received significant number of complicated cases of which I had no prior knowledge. So the condition of a warm handoff between providers is one that really ought to be thought through, isn't it?
Absolutely. It's crucial to patient safety. And I as well have taken care of many women who have presented to my local emergency room with complications of their abortions. I got no patient handoff from the abortion provider. I had only the word of the woman to go on, which, you know, my patients are good historians, but they may not have known all of the details of the procedure that they went through or the medication that they received, which any of us who are physicians know that's crucial to being able to care for our patients. And, you know, if I can just address to one other thing, in that I too have heard the stories about physicians hesitating to take care of women with miscarriages or with ectopic pregnancies. But that, at least as far, and again, I'm not a legal expert, but at least as far as the laws that I have seen, that is not the fault of the law. It's the fault of the hospital systems or the state departments of health, that it's their responsibility to educate their physicians on what the law says and what it means.
That is absolutely correct. A hospital does not perform a D&C, the doctor does. And the hospital's decision is not the end of the story. The doctor has to be involved. Dr. Verma, let me just ask you, because I referenced ACOG practice bulletin, and one of the things that concerned me in the practice bulletin about medication abortion up to 70 days of gestation is the recommendations on whether to give ROGAM after the administration of that medication. And right at the end of the paragraph where they talk about it, they say that you might weigh whether it's necessary at all to give ROGAM to an early termination of pregnancy. I mean, RH-ISU immunization, I'm not aware of anything you can do to help the person become un-RH-ISU immunized after it happens. Are you?
Thank you for that question. So there's been some really powerful data that's come out over the past few years that show that with an early miscarriage or an early abortion, that the level of blood transfer from the pregnancy to the bloodstream of the patient is too low for ROGAM to be indicated, and it may be.
Let me just
not
insert,
needed
but that is not
Gentlemen's-
zero.
gentlemen's
And
time's
once
expired.
ISO immunization has occurred,
Gentlemen's time's
you
expired.
cannot undo
Ms.
it.
Custer, you're now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. I've been listening with interest to this conversation between Dr. Burgess and Dr. Francis, and it seems to me that for physicians, when you have the Attorney General of the state, or when you have vigilante justice, which some of these states now are encouraging, I think Dr. Resneck and all the rest of our witnesses have been very clear. This post-Roe world is just a reality that's frightening, both for physicians and, frankly, for pregnant women and for those who love them. The New York Times, just within the last few days, outlined numerous examples of women being turned away from hospitals. in times of medical need, such as miscarriages, life-threatening pregnancy complications, and these are pregnancies that are very much wanted. And we've had this case in New Hampshire with a recent ban signed by our governor, a woman who I know actually well who was carrying twins. One of the twins could not survive. And she had to go to the state legislature to get an exception so that she could complete her pregnancy. This is a reality where doctors are unable to respond to patients that are in intense pain. They're being told to go leave the emergency room and not come back until they're bleeding excessively. We know about the risk of infection. And for anyone who might be watching this hearing and would prefer that members of Congress were not having to delve this far into the medicine of what is a private, personal life of women, I would very much prefer not to be having this conversation as well. I don't think politicians are well suited to be making decisions about the life and well-being of their physicians' patients. I was an adoption attorney for 25 years, so I know more than most about what pregnant people and women go through. And I've worked with hundreds of women making a difficult and private and personal decision. But not one of these women wanted the government to make that decision for them. Dr. Guerrero, according to your testimony, your organization is committed to providing unbiased, judgment-free support to people during their pregnancy experiences. Taking pregnancy decisions away from women and putting them in the hands of politicians hinders that critical work. Could you speak to why it's important for women to get information related to their pregnancy options and the potential outcomes?
Absolutely. And I want to just focus a little bit more on something that Dr. Resneck brought up, which is that aside from these extraordinary circumstances, what we see from everyday people who are just struggling to get by and are just trying to make the best decisions for themselves and their families and their communities is that I'm very, very worried about the mental health of pregnant people. It was already very difficult to work with people who were struggling with such immense feelings and experiences in trying to access basic health care, and now that has been ratcheted up. The fact that it's been so shamed and stigmatized in this country was already a huge barrier in terms of mental health for the average person trying to seek care. And now with that inaccessibility, we're seeing people who are really suffering. They're really suffering with just trying to make the best decision they can. And we trust our clients to make the best decision that they can, no matter what they decide to do in their pregnancy experiences, because we actually think very highly of our clients. We think that they're really great, wonderful people who are trying to do the best that they can every day. And that's why this has been, it's just horribly offensive, doesn't even begin to cover it.
I feel the same way about the hundreds of birth mothers that I represented and the courage that they showed. Dr. Resneck, how does the patchwork of state laws restricting access to abortion impact providers' ability to provide other kinds of reproductive health care?
I mentioned in my opening statement that it actually goes beyond reproductive health care because of the number of medications that in some cases are viewed as getting caught up in these laws because they affect pregnancies, whether they're a teratogen, whether there's something that's used
I understand there's immune-compromised cancer medication that is being withheld.
I'm a dermatologist, but there are drugs that I use that if I lived in another state, I would be facing pharmacies that might not be willing to dispense them right now. I'm hearing from colleagues who are having that happen. So patients with lupus, patients with other, inflammatory bowel disease are finding barriers to getting their medications now because of these laws touching things way beyond just abortion.
Thank you. And with that, I yield back.
Chair now recognizes Mr. Long for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Dr. Resneck, can you describe for the committee your definition of a successful abortion?
Congressman, I'm guessing that can you clarify your question a little bit for me?
Just your definition of a successful abortion.
When a patient seeks to terminate a pregnancy and comes to a doctor to seek to terminate that pregnancy, that is the outcome that patient is seeking.
Okay. And Dr. Verma, same question for you. Can you describe to the committee your definition of a successful abortion?
So for me, a successful abortion is, again, when someone seeks care, they tell me what their values are, I provide them with full counseling on all their options, they choose abortion, and they have that care provided to them in an evidence-based way with compassion.
Okay, thank you. And Dr. Guerrero, same question for you. Can you define for the committee your definition of a successful abortion?
I will not dignify that question with an answer.
You will not give me your definition of a successful abortion.
I will not dignify that question with an answer.
What is undignified about my question?
I think it's inflammatory, and that's all it's meant to do, and so I will not answer the question.
Professor Litman, same for you. What can you give me the definition of a successful abortion in your mind?
I am not a doctor or a medical expert, and so I would kindly refer the question back to Dr. Verma or Dr. Resneck or Dr. Guerrero.
Okay. And Dr. Francis, can you give me your...
May I answer? As someone who actually had a successful abortion?
I'm asking the questions. That's my floor. Dr. Francis.
Yes, so I would define a successful abortion actually by defining what is considered a failed abortion, and that would be when the baby is born alive. Because again, according to the Royal College of OBGYNs, the purpose of an abortion is to produce a dead fetus, and the act of the abortion should accomplish that. And again, this is part of information that women should know, that when they are undergoing an abortion, there is a possibility that their child could be born alive.
Okay. And Ms. Sherman, can you give me, the committee, your definition of a successful abortion?
Sure, it's Bracey Sherman, and a successful abortion is when someone gets the care that they need.
I haven't been here for the whole hearing.
And they walk out of the clinic or the care, if they're having their abortion at home, that they are safe and happy, and they feel the relief, which is what most people feel after their abortion. A successful abortion is when someone is no longer pregnant because they don't want to be. And I'd also like to say a successful abortion is also when a miscarriage is completed, because a miscarriage is also known medically as a spontaneous abortion.
Okay, thank you. And Dr. Francis, since the leak of the Dobbs decision in early May, it's estimated there's been nearly 60 reported acts of violence against crisis pregnancy centers across the nation. And I'd like to add that I've toured several of those over the years, and one that I recently toured up in the Kansas City area. The providers stopped my people, and they said, we can't believe this. And they said, what? And they said, well, there's a lot of politicians that give pro-life statements, but we've never had one visit yet. So, but anyway, for example, the Capitol Hill Crisis Pregnancy Center here just a few blocks away was recently vandalized. As an openly pro-life OBGYN, have your practice organization received threats or been harassed by pro-abortion advocates?
So I personally have not received any threats, but I do know many pregnancy care center directors who have now had to spend thousands of dollars of money that they've raised from donors to increase security because of this increased violence. And this should be something that I think those of us on both sides of this issue, on both sides of the aisle, should agree on, that violence is not how we handle disagreements in this country. One of the benefits of Roe being overturned is that now we can actually have robust discussions about this issue. And my hope and what our organization strives to do is to have respectful conversations.
And as far as a successful abortion, I think that I like Chris Rock's answer better than any, and that is a successful abortion is when only one person dies. I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. Chair now recognizes Ms. Rice, who is appearing remotely.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This week I'm hosting my 16-year-old niece, Ruby, as an intern in my office, and she's been listening to this hearing. And it's been very difficult to have to explain to her that for her in her short life so far, she's the first generation of young women in this country who are going to have fewer rights than the women that came before them. And that is a very difficult conversation to have because she just doesn't understand. She sees these issues in her 16-year-old mind, as smart as she is, as a healthcare issue. And all I hear is a bunch of conversations where the word abortion, abortion, abortion is meant as a negative term. And, you know, Dr. Francis, you just said that one of the benefits of Roe, in your mind, is that we can now have a robust conversation about this issue. I would suggest that you stop throwing the word abortion around because you think it's one that is going to raise the emotions above having a reasonable conversation in a word that has been weaponized, in my opinion, by certain people in this country. Because if we're going to have a real conversation about this, we have to stop using language that is, you know, going to prevent an actual meaningful conversation from happening. Even before the Supreme Court issued the Dobbs decision, we anti-abortion activists and Republican lawmakers, we know, had spent years restricting abortion access. Many states have passed onerous abortion restrictions designed by political ideologues to create barriers to care and discourage abortion. For women who have already made their decision, many of whom are in actual crises, these barriers delay care and can be devastating. Dr. Verma, what barriers, I know that we've talked, a lot of people have, you know, talked about this before, but I think it's important to talk about the barriers that your patients faced in accessing abortion before the Dobbs decision and how those barriers are compounded now.
Thank you so much for that question and for sharing your story and your daughter's story. So people have absolutely, in many parts of this country, faced restrictions and burdens to accessing the abortion care they need for many, many years. I've seen this in the South, which is my home. And I think it's important to recognize that these bans on abortion, restrictions on abortion, disproportionately affect those from already marginalized groups, like people of color, people of lower financial means. And so these barriers are, for example, some of the things that we face in Georgia. I mentioned the mandatory waiting period. We're required by the state to read particular scripts that are not medically accurate. As doctors, we're trained to consent our patients. I provide informed consent to all my patients for any procedure, including abortion. I talk to them about all of the options, including continuing the pregnancy, and I'm happy, as someone who provides full spectrum OBGYN, to support them if they decide to continue the pregnancy. And so what we know that these barriers are doing are they're just making it harder for people to get the care they need. They are not making the care safer, and they are disproportionately affecting already marginalized communities.
Dr. Resneck, do you think there is potential for the impacts of these bans to be felt beyond reproductive health care?
Yes, I think as we've talked about a little bit today, we are seeing a number of areas and a number of specialties where physicians are having a hard time getting patients the treatments and the medications they need because so many questions are being asked when patients are trying to get medications or other things they need.
Professor Litman, we've talked a bit today about the general chaos the court's decision has already created, but I'd like to ask for your thoughts about what the decision will mean for access to health care. That's what we're talking about. As time progresses and the consequences of Dobbs evolve and emerge, what do you think it will mean for patient access, not only to abortion, but to reproductive health care more broadly?
Thank you for that question, which will allow me to correct some misinformation. As a legal expert, I can say it is the fault of the restrictive abortion laws that are on the books that individuals are being denied access to potentially life-saving care. We have already seen a report out of Texas that people are being delayed or potentially denied life-saving miscarriage care. Over half of the people who are delayed or denied in being able to access miscarriage care experience severe complications, including losing blood, including life-saving infections. We are already seeing hospital attorneys advise people that they cannot provide individuals with life-saving care because of the laws that are on the books.
Thank you. I yield back.
The chair now recognizes Mr. Tonko for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. While we testify, storyteller Alyssa now lives in my home state of New York. She shared her story and permission for me to share it today of having a medication abortion in Texas 6 years ago. In Texas, she felt the process to get an abortion hinged on luck. She was lucky that she lived in the same city as an abortion clinic, lucky to find an abortion fund to help her pay for it, lucky that she caught the pregnancy early enough, and lucky that she was able to take the necessary time off from work. Alyssa is grateful that she had an abortion every single day and shared that it was the most important decision she's ever made for herself. Unfortunately, due to the Supreme Court's Dobbs decision, many women won't be allowed to the right to make that decision or afforded the same understanding of constitutional liberty. So, Professor Litman, we've used the word unprecedented quite a bit today. But as you've already confirmed, this is the first time the U.S. Supreme Court has overturned an individual's constitutional right in our nation's history. Can you help put this in context for us and just how unprecedented was the court's decision?
Thank you for that question. This is, again, one of the first time the court has taken away a right that is so fundamental to so many and the liberty and equality rights of over half of the country. Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg said that the ability to realize a woman's full potential, the ability for a woman to enjoy equal citizenship in this country, depends on her ability to control her reproductive life. There has been a suggestion, which is a gross misrepresentation, that Justice Ginsburg somehow would have supported the decision in Dobbs overruling Roe. It was Justice Ginsburg's dying wish that President Trump, the president who promised to appoint justices who would overrule Roe versus Wade, not be allowed to name her successor. It is a slap in the face that a decision that allows women to be treated as lesser citizens and as second-class citizens is being justified falsely by attempting to connect it to the woman who fought so hard for women's equal citizenship and control over their reproductive lives. The decision in Dobbs allows over half of the country to be treated as less than equal citizens, and it justifies that on the basis that they were not full and equal citizens back in 1868. It is taking us back to a place where we do not want to go.
Thank you. And following the court's decision, you're published in CNN referring to the Dobbs decision, and I quote, a capstone to the decades-long campaign led by the Republican Party to control the Supreme Court and to do away with the right to an abortion. What got us here, and how did this court become an instrument of what happens to be, in your opinion, Republican Party politics?
What got us here was a combination of a disregard for the rule of law as well as gaslighting, people denying that they actually did want to criminalize abortion and criminalize people who were seeking it. Not less than 5 years ago, during a Supreme Court confirmation hearing, one of your colleagues in the other chamber informed us that every time there was a judicial nomination, there were a bunch of hysterical women in pink pussy hats saying that the future of Roe versus Wade was potentially under threat. It turns out they were right. And we should listen to the people who are warning that the court's overruling of Roe versus Wade is just the beginning of the court's effort to take away rights that are so fundamental to so many. It is not just that Justice Thomas has called on judges and litigants to bring him cases that would allow the court to overrule Griswold, the decision protecting the right to contraception, or Obergefell, the decision protecting the right to marriage equality. It is also the fact that the Republican Party platform in 2016 promised to appoint justices who would overrule Roe versus Wade, as well as Obergefell versus Hodges. It is also the fact that the court, by overruling Roe versus Wade, has called into question the broader constitutional right to privacy, which is what protects the right to contraception, the right to marriage equality, the right to consensual same-sex sexual intimacy, and so many other rights that are fundamental to individuals' personal liberty and their ability to live their lives and fulfill their personal destiny.
Thank you. Not all states are moving to restrict abortion access. In fact, in as many as 16 states, governments have taken action to protect abortion providers and seekers from punitive laws outside their borders, and a handful of states have made funding and coverage available to those seeking care. So, Professor, where are we currently seeing efforts to protect and expand access?
Some states have taken measures, as you were saying, to provide public support to abortion providers who now face an influx of individuals coming from states that ban or restrict abortion. Other entities or institutions are trying to protect rights in other ways, but the Supreme Court's decision has created chaos that makes it difficult for institutions to protect those rights, which I'm happy to elaborate further, but I see I'm out of time.
Well, thank you for sharing your insights and expertise. And with that, Madam Chair, I yield back.
Chair now recognizes Dr. Ruiz for 5 minutes.
Thank you for holding this hearing today. I wish it wasn't necessary. It is hard to believe that we are here to talk about a right that my mother's generation had, but my daughter's generation will not. Ultimately, this is about the power for a woman to have control over her own decisions about her own body. This is not a decision to be made by a bunch of politicians. The chaos that this is causing for patients and doctors is widespread, and it has ripple effects that go well beyond abortion access. The ramifications for patient care and the trust relationship between a patient and her doctor are not limited to abortion care alone, putting providers and patients at risk. The relationship between a patient and doctor is a sacred one, and this decision erodes that relationship in ways that I am sure we don't even fully understand yet. This chaos and criminalization of patients and doctors is very concerning for me as a doctor and terrifying for patients, since they are ultimately the ones who will suffer most from this chaos. Of course, there is the criminal aspect of this, providers in impossible situations where they must determine whether to do what they know is right for the patient, based on the patient's wishes, or what is legal. But the effects go far beyond the criminality of providers. Following the taking away of the constitutional right to abortion, some providers will be put in a position where their legal requirements conflict with their moral, ethical, and medical responsibilities to their patients. Dr. Resneck, medical providers like you and me abide by ethical codes to put our patients' well-being above all else. Now, politicians in some states are forcing providers to abandon this code in service of an anti-abortion, anti-science, anti-woman agenda. How do state abortion bans interfere with a provider's ethical obligation?
Dr. Congressman, thank you for that question. That is one of the worst, among many bad consequences that we're in. That is one that really troubles our profession. Really putting doctors in a position where they are forced to violate their medical ethics in order to follow a law that doesn't make sense and that doesn't have the flexibility or recognize healthcare as being healthcare is untenable. We're going to see physicians moving across states in some cases. Again, as you said, the consequences we've only begun to see.
Can a woman truly trust their physician under these legal implications?
Well, we will continue to build trust with our patients by being honest with them about their options, about what's going on with their health, about informed consent. But at the end of that conversation, there may be difficult parts of the conversation that involve telling them we're in a place where we can't provide the care that we're recommending.
So numerous media reports have shown that Dobbs' decision is affecting providers across several specialties, including those working in fields outside of reproductive care, such as in hematology, rheumatology, and dermatology. What kind of ripple effects is the Dobbs decision having on patient care across the medical field beyond OBGYN?
It's a good question. As you said, many specialties. There are so many diseases that are treated with drugs that affect pregnancy. And we use those drugs responsibly and have, again, informed conversations with patients about using them. If you have rheumatoid arthritis, for example, the drug that we were talking about a little while ago, methotrexate, is sometimes used to treat that disease. And now all of a sudden you have pharmacies refusing to fill prescriptions for methotrexate. So whether it's dermatology, rheumatology, so for patients who happen to be watching today who think, well, this doesn't affect me because I might be somebody who doesn't think I would choose to have an abortion. In addition to the fact that nobody knows if they're going to end up being somebody with a miscarriage or an ectopic, also nobody knows who's going to end up having rheumatoid arthritis or Crohn's disease or several other things that are treated with these medications where access is being affected now.
Yeah. Dr. Guerrero, the clients you speak to every day are seeking pregnancy option counseling and referral to care. Moving forward, do you think this political control will affect your ability to link women to clinicians who will be able to provide the health care they need?
Yes, it will, and it will also disproportionately affect communities that are most marginalized. 77% of our clients already experience some kind of burden related to abortion restrictions, and out of that 77%, 59% of those people are people of color. So the odds of things getting better for communities that are the most marginalized are pretty slim.
Thank you. In my remaining few seconds, abortion care is part of reproductive care. It is health care. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Mr. Dunn, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairwoman DeGette. I am obviously pro-life, and I appreciate the Supreme Court decision in Dobbs v. Jackson returning jurisdiction to the states. As my colleagues had previously stated today, the Constitution does not explicitly guarantee the right to an abortion. I believe that the legislative decisions regarding abortions always should have been made by the states, and going forward, I hope that they will be. I am troubled by the extreme behavior of many radical pro-choice activists who threaten and, in fact, did burn crisis pregnancy centers, as well as those who continue to threaten and harass our Supreme Court justices and their families over this decision. I hope that we will return to some level of civil discourse as this conversation continues. Misinformation is running wild in the national debate about abortion, scaring women into believing that they will be left to die if faced with an ectopic pregnancy, or claims that they'll be imprisoned if pregnant. These claims serve only to embolden radical activists who push wild policies, and I think this inflammatory brand of activism is appalling, and it must stop. Madam Chair, I have no questions, and I will yield the remainder of my time to Ranking Member Griffith.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you very much. Dr. Resneck, according to a 2019 opinion article in MedPage Today by Dr. Kevin Campbell, he asserts that currently, or at that time, only approximately 12.1% of all practicing physicians in the U.S. were members of the AMA. Is that accurate?
Our total representation numbers among physicians and medical students who are the basis for our membership are well above
and
that.
he specifically in the article excluded medical students, but it's in the between 10 and 20. Is that fair?
That's the number of people who pay dues, but I want to be very clear where our policy comes from. And our policy comes from a House of Delegates in which every specialty and every state medical association is represented.
But it comes from your membership, correct?
Nope. It comes, state medical associations and specialty societies, all of them are represented in the House of Delegates.
So even though only 10 to 20% at most of the membership is practicing physicians, the AMA claims to speak for all physicians as a whole?
We do speak for the profession because the profession comes together twice a year as a whole to make our policy. That's how our policy works.
But you agree, just like we don't agree up here, that there's a lot of disagreement amongst physicians.
People come to a topic like abortion, obviously, with their individual approaches, but I would welcome you to come to one of our House of Delegates meetings and see that process and see that it's a very democratic, science-based process
Let me
where
ask you this.
everybody expresses their opinions and votes happen.
Who do you believe is the patient when it comes to an abortion? The baby, the mother, or both? If you don't have
I'm
an
going to
answer,
defer
fine.
to Dr. Verma, who
Then I'm gonna-
practices as
I'm
an
gonna yield.
OBGYN to
All right.
reflect on definitions.
I'm going to yield then to my time to Dr. Burgess. Thank you. I wanted the
Gentleman
AMA's
does not have
position.
the ability it's Mr. Dunn's time.
I'm happy to reclaim the time and yield to Dr. Burgess.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Dr. Dunn. Dr. Francis, you heard the earlier exchange that Dr. Verma and I had about RH isomimmunization, blood incompatibility. Most people nowadays are not aware of the fact that prior to 1968, there were a certain number of pregnancies that were lost secondary to RH incompatibility between the mother and the baby. Look, I practiced OB-GYN for 25 years. I consider myself a specialist in obstetrics, gynecology, and defensive medicine. And good defensive medicine would say that rather than cut a corner with medicated-assisted termination, that you provide that security of coverage with ROGAM after a pregnancy loss, whether it be spontaneous or elective. Is that not correct?
Absolutely, and even though the risk is low, as you stated, it's not zero. And when I practiced in Kenya, saw babies affected by Rh-ISO immunization because they didn't have access to ROGAM. But even more dangerous than that is giving a woman these medications when you don't know her gestational age accurately. At 10 weeks, 1 in 10 women will need a surgical completion of their abortion. Just 3 weeks later, 1 in 2 to 3 women will need a surgical completion of their abortion. And so accurate dating of a pregnancy is crucial. And again, even per ACOG's own document, up to 50% of women will be wrong about their gestational age based on their last menstrual period alone.
So bottom line, it's not a good idea to cut corners just to be administering abortion medications. Thank you for your participation today. I'll yield back to Dr. Dunn.
Dr. Dunn's time's expired. Chair now recognizes the Vice Chair of the Subcommittee, Mr. Peters, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As we've already heard from the witnesses, the Dobbs decision has far-reaching impacts. Just yesterday, we heard in the news about a Texas woman's experience of being refused care in the first trimester due to that state's extreme anti-abortion laws because the providers feared they would be sued under state law if they intervened. So what happened after extreme pain and bleeding, instead of receiving a safe surgical procedure to treat the miscarriage as she had in the past, her hospital sent her home to self-monitor her condition as she bled in her bathtub for 48 hours straight. I am deeply concerned that people in these situations could die trying to access basic life-saving care because of Dobbs. And every pregnancy is different, and that's why these decisions should be made by the patient and her doctor, not by politicians. The Dobbs decision has caused chaos nationally. Patients are being forced to travel across state lines to get care, and some Republicans are already calling for a national abortion ban, so that means it's not a state-specific issue, it's a national crisis. Dr. Guerrero, you mentioned in your testimony that with Indiana's special legislative session slated to begin next week, special legislative healthcare providers in Illinois may need to prepare to take an influx of patients from Indiana, in addition to Kentucky and Missouri, if or when their own state abortion ban's legal block is lifted. And you said that this has created the conditions, quote, leading to a humanitarian crisis. Dr. Guerrero, abortion clinics in states where abortion is legal prepared to absorb the healthcare needs of women who will be traveling across state lines to receive care? And what do these conditions mean for women whose only options to get an abortion are to travel out of state?
Well, first of all, even before the Dobbs decision, we needed to refer about 35% of our patients outside of state to access care because of the existing restrictions in Indiana. And that in and of itself is already a huge barrier. There's this sort of idea that, well, you just have to travel out of state, it's no big deal. And that's clearly said out of a misunderstanding of what it means to be low income in rural areas from different marginalized communities where traveling to a place like Chicago from many parts of Indiana is a huge financial burden because of the cost of just tolls, gas now, and staying there.
How about the facilities, though?
The facilities are, they've been preparing to know that they will have to have an influx of patients coming in, but it's not something that they were necessarily prepared to do.
You know, Republicans have talked about pushing a national abortion ban, so I take to heart the comments of my colleague, Dr. Dunn, and I hope his expression for a belief that states should handle this is an indication that he would oppose a national abortion ban, but I'm not convinced of that. Dr. Litman, or Professor Litman, is it fair to say that you perceive that states like my own state of California, where abortion remains legal, could be affected? Why don't you explain how that would be affected by a nationwide ban? Because I think a lot of folks in places like California don't understand how the law works.
The reality is that the Dobbs decision is almost certain to affect every person in this country or someone they know in some way. In the event that Congress passes a nationwide abortion ban, as the joint dissenters in Dobbs noted, it wouldn't be individuals having to make an already burdensome trip to New York or California to obtain an abortion. It would be having to leave the country in order to obtain one. And that's if the nationwide abortion ban didn't criminalize attempting to leave the country in order to try and obtain abortion care.
Thank you. And you share in your testimony that the court's disregard of its own precedent, both in Dobbs and in other cases this term, makes it really nearly impossible to know, for people to know in this country what rights are going to be protected. How do you feel about, what would you say to Americans, whether they can be confident that their constitutional rights can be protected in the future by this court?
I would say they cannot count on this court to protect their rights or for legal certainty. Instead, the protections are going to have to come from Congress or states that try to protect individuals who need access to abortion care and to support those individuals who choose to obtain abortion care.
Well, I thank you. I thank you for the witnesses and Madam Chair for the hearing, and I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. Chair now recognizes Dr. Schreier for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to our witnesses. This extreme Dobbs decision overturning Roe has taken our country backwards. Overnight, women in many states lost their freedom to decide whether to carry a pregnancy to term and lost the power to control their own destinies. And my constituents are outraged. I'm the only pro-choice woman doctor in all of Congress, and I'm a pediatrician. And so I've been in the room with a teenager facing an unexpected, unplanned pregnancy, with a mom of a toddler excited about a pregnancy who finds out it is not viable and has to make an important personal medical decision about whether to carry that pregnancy. A pregnant woman who saw the dentist, was diagnosed with oral cancer and had to decide whether to treat herself, have an abortion and treat herself, or whether to delay that care and put her life at risk. And you know, all of these women had a choice, but women in 16 states right now do not have that choice, and it's horrifying to me to hear about politicians or Supreme Court taking that choice away. Doctors take an oath to do no harm, and banning abortion puts doctors in this untenable position. Now, we're already seeing examples from states where doctors are needed to consult lawyers on whether a patient is sick enough to have an abortion, who draws that line, kidney failure, heart failure, who draws that line? And this puts doctors in a tough position. I appreciate Dr. Ruiz's question. Dr. Verma, I have 3 questions for you so you can allocate time. We've now had a month of seeing what happens when abortion is banned and when doctors are afraid of being criminalized. Sometimes this has led to delayed care. Can you just comment on the outcomes for women in those states?
Thank you for that question. So as doctors, we know how to look at the patient in front of us and make the best medical decision. That's what we train for years and years to do, as you know. These laws are causing us to have to pause, to think about calling a lawyer, calling a hospital administrator, because we've seen that states are coming after doctors. We've seen that states are threatening doctors' licenses, threatening criminal prosecution for doctors that are simply doing what's best for their patients and providing life-saving, compassionate care. And so these laws are absolutely affecting care, are delaying care, are giving doctors that pause where they can't just do what they know is medically right for a patient.
And has that compromised the health of any women?
Absolutely.
I have another question for you because we've heard comments about violence against pregnancy crisis centers, and I was just wondering if you'd like to speak for a moment about the history of harassment and violence toward abortion providers that happens regularly across this country.
Thank you for that question. I want to start by saying that I condemn all acts of violence, but I do think it's important to note that my colleagues and I, as doctors who provide reproductive health care, who provide abortion care, also face serious threats of harassment and violence just for caring for our communities. I have absolutely faced threats. Many of my colleagues have faced threats, have been stalked, and abortion care providers have even been murdered for doing their jobs. Our health centers have regularly been vandalized and targeted by arsonists. And so I'd hope that all of you would condemn the violence that has long been occurring against doctors who are providing this compassionate, evidence-based care to our communities.
Thank you for that answer. I also wanted to give you an opportunity to set the record straight about anything else you've heard, but I thought maybe you should start with mental health as related to abortion, and what the mental health toll is on a woman who seeks an abortion, can't get one, and is forced to carry a pregnancy to term.
So we know, based on strong evidence, that being forced to carry a pregnancy has significant mental health impacts on a patient, long-term mental health impacts. I also do want to say that the American College of OBGYNs, along with over 75 other major science-based medical societies representing the overwhelming consensus of the medical community, have identified abortion care as safe, essential health care. This is not one specialty, this is not one organization, and the American Board of OBGYNs, which is the national body that certifies all OBGYNs at this table, has established that abortion is safe, essential health care and has denounced misinformation about abortion, like much of the things that we've heard today. This is the overwhelming consensus of the medical community. There is no question.
Including the American Academy of Pediatrics. Thank you very much. I yield back.
I thank the gentlelady. Mr. Palmer, you're now recognized for 5 minutes.
I thank the chairman. I thank the witnesses for being here on a very difficult subject. Earlier, when Ranking Member McMorris-Rodgers spoke, she brought a couple of points that I thought were pertinent. One is that reference back to the Declaration of Independence that we're all created equally and endowed with certain unalienable rights. You know, when Jefferson wrote that and the committee approved it, they believed those things were self-evident. You didn't need science to prove it, and that not only were the existence of those rights self-evident, it was also indicative that the rights didn't come from government. They came from outside of government. They even pre-exist government. And the first right that they list is life. Why do you think they listed life first ahead of liberty or pursuit of happiness? I think it's pretty evident, self-evident, that life is the prerequisite for all other rights. Without life, there is no right to privacy, there's no right to choice, there's no liberty, there's no pursuit of happiness. And the question is, Dr. Francis, I want to show a poster. This is world-renowned. It's gone in all types of magazines.
Gentlemen will suspend, and the staff will take down that picture.
You take it down.
In this committee, we admit documents or photographs on unanimous consent bases, and this has not been...
I accept the chair's ruling.
Excuse me. This has not been shown to the majority, and it has not been agreed to, and there's no foundation of we will not allow it to be displayed, and we will not allow it to be submitted for the record.
I'm not
That's the ruling of the
surprised.
chair. Gentleman's recognized.
I'm not surprised at all that you wouldn't want to show this photo of an in utero surgery in which the child being operated on grasped the finger of the doctor doing the surgery. That picture was taken in 1999. And
Having not seen the photo, I cannot comment as to what it is.
Okay.
The gentleman decided not to share it with the majority.
Okay. But the individual in the photo is now 22 years old. His name is Sam. Dr. Fisher, obviously you believe that a child in utero is a person, right? Do you believe that, Dr. Resneck? You're a physician. Without seeing the photo, obviously.
I think you're referring to fetuses. And so I just want to be really clear about terminology, embryo, fetus. We as physicians refer, it depends on the stage of pregnancy, using
But when
those
you can
words.
see a hand grasping a finger or you know it's viable.
I did not see your photograph.
I know you didn't, and that's the whole point. is that you don't want to confront the fact that this is a person, because a person has rights.
I want to be really clear. A previous member referred to radical activists. I represent the American Medical Association. I represent a profession of almost 1 million physicians across this country. And they come together in an organization, in our organization, because we convene them.
Dr.
So the
Resneck,
policy
you
that I
represent 1 million
represent
people who are
around
not
patient-
uniformly in agreement with positions that your organization is taking. That's why you have other organizations being formed, and rightfully so, because you've gone down a path that thousands of physicians don't agree with you, and I know a lot of them. And the points that I'm trying to make is there are all kind of consequences for abortion. I mean, I know some people, some remarkable people who exist today because even though they were conceived out of wedlock, their mothers gave birth to them. I can think of one right now who was enormously impactful, and that would have been Winston Churchill. You know, there are other consequences for these decisions. And I understand where you're coming from. I mean, you're and where all of you are coming from, and your politics on it. But it's not politics for a lot of people. It's a matter of life and death. It's a matter of the right to live, the right to liberty, the right to pursue happiness. And you want to turn this into something that, I mean, you want to accuse us of not putting the life of the mother ahead of, in certain situations, you've mentioned the ectopic pregnancies, and I don't know anyone who agrees with the positions that you're articulating. So I just find this very disturbing, and you know, I realize that you don't want to see things, you don't want the American public to see things the way they really are, and that's the problem. And I yield back.
May I answer that question? I think it was directed at me, Madam Chair.
Gentleman may answer.
We don't come at this from a politics standpoint as physicians or as an American Medical Association. We come at this from a science and evidence-based standpoint. And these are important questions, which is why I don't want to insert myself into the decisions that patients and doctors make together every day.
Thank you, Dr. Resnick. Chair now recognizes Mr. Hand for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Dobbs decision has thrown reproductive health care into a state of pandemonium, creating uncertainty for providers and recipients of health care. Even health care services like fertility treatments may face an uncertain future post-Dobbs, particularly in Republican-controlled states where proposed abortion bans define life as beginning at fertilization. According to the CDC, about 10% of women in the United States ages 15 to 44 have difficulty getting pregnant or staying pregnant. This is a painful reality that I know all too well. My husband and I had our 2 beautiful daughters, now 8 and 12, through in vitro fertilization. And I can tell you that treatments affect women and families physically and emotionally. The hormone therapies, the surgeries, the ultrasounds, they don't always result in the joy of a successful pregnancy. In fact, many patients, myself included, endure devastating loss, trauma, and miscarriage that can threaten the health of an expectant parent. Constituents of mine have reached out to my office in a state of panic, wondering what the Supreme Court's decision to overturn Roe v. Wade means for access to fertility treatment. One of those messages read, quote, "If in vitro were outlawed, my nephew would not have his beautiful children. We must work to protect those rights and these health issues. It is imperative." Fertility treatment is a difficult journey that hopeful parents should be able to navigate with guidance from a trusted provider, free from political interference. Dr. Verma, what are some of the questions facing providers regarding fertility care in the wake of Dobbs and passage of extreme abortion bans, and how does that uncertainty affect providers' ability to deliver quality care to patients seeking IVF treatments?
Thank you for that question and for sharing your story. So we've absolutely seen that these restrictions are extending into all aspects of reproductive health care and medicine more generally. And so I have definitely heard concerns about the impact on people that are pursuing IVF treatments, on people that have frozen embryos that they're hoping to use. And my answer is honestly that I don't know, because none of us know, right? Like, I'm the doctor that's providing this care. I don't understand how these laws apply to our day-to-day practice of medicine, because it's not clear to anyone. And that's the issue here. We know how to do the medicine. We don't know how these laws, what they mean. They're most often not written by medical professionals, and they just don't make sense. So I don't know. I think there will be an effect, but I can't tell you exactly what it's going to be, because we're trying to figure this out just like everyone else is. It wasn't thought about in advance.
Yeah, there are already reports of providers who are uncertain whether state-level abortion bans might criminalize standard fertility services. And others detail patients frantically seeking to move their stored embryos to states that guarantee reproductive rights, fearful that anti-abortion politicians could give states control over when and how they decide to conceive. One more for you, Dr. Verma. What resources do providers need to be able to help patients receiving fertility care navigate post-DOBS uncertainties?
So what we really need, again, we know how to do the medicine. There is no way for the government to tell us any better how to do the medicine. What we need is for the government to not interfere in our practice of medicine so that we can do what we know to do, which is to provide compassionate, evidence-based care to all our patients, including those that are seeking IVF treatment.
Well, speaking of other uncertainties, on the legal side, the picture seems just as unclear. Professor Litman, based upon existing state statutes as well as the door that's now been opened by the Dobbs decision, in addition to abortion care, what other reproductive health care services do you believe might also be at risk to political attack?
There are many reproductive healthcare services that are potentially open to attack, including IVF treatments. So in Utah, the Utah's abortion ban is broad enough that it has caused some people, including legal experts, to suggest that it might apply to IVF treatments. The Idaho Attorney General indicated that it would be up to local DAs to decide whether to prosecute cases of IVF. And this is partially because of the fervor of the anti-abortion movement and politicians who have unleashed a wave of legal mechanisms to attack providers as well as people who support those who obtain abortion care, whether it's bounty hunter regimes that allow any private citizen, not just prosecutors, to sue individuals who provide abortion care, or whether it is state laws that allow state district attorneys to step in and sue individuals if local district attorneys are unwilling to sue them. These laws enable a broad array of mechanisms for individuals to impose legal liability on anyone who comes close to providing many different kinds of reproductive health care.
Yeah, doesn't sound like pro-life to me. Thank you. I yield back.
Chair now recognizes Mr. O'Halloran for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for holding this meeting. I firmly support a woman's right to choose and believe that health care decisions should lie solely between a woman, her family, her doctor, and others that she may seek guidance from. With the Supreme Court's recent Dobbs decision, that right and that privacy can be taken away from our fellow Americans. In rolling back nearly 50 years of legal precedent, the court ruled that my 16-year-old granddaughter will now have fewer rights than my wife, who is in her 70s, has had for most of her life. All Americans should be able to make personal health care decisions that impact their lives, health, and futures. But this ruling has triggered a haphazard legal effort in Arizona that seeks to enforce a statute from 1864, before Arizona was a state. It imposes a total abortion ban with no exceptions for survivors of rape or incest or other hideous crimes that I handled as a police officer, both before and after Roe versus Wade. And it's the before part that is part of the issue also. As I watched women die from sepsis and hemorrhage and other factors, people that had made decisions in desperation for their own lives and their family's existence. This uncertainty has left Arizona doctors in legal limbo, unable to provide essential care, and has robbed women of the autonomy over their own health and care decisions. Since this decision, I have heard from doctors in our district who are unaware when they should or can start providing necessary and life-saving care, how long they must watch a woman suffer in pain before they can act to save her life. This is unimaginable and unacceptable. Dr. Verma, as an OBGYN, you have years of firsthand experiencing working to provide life-saving reproductive care. In your testimony, you discussed the notion of how sick is sick enough before you can provide life-saving abortion care to a pregnant woman. As I said, I have heard these same stories from doctors in Arizona. Do you believe restrictive abortion laws like the ban from contraception in Arizona will violate the oath physicians must take to do no harm? And I meant conception, not contraception.
Yes, absolutely. And I also have to say, I think that most people, most of your constituents would want their doctors to be able to provide them and their families with the best care instead of us having to think about whether we're going to face criminal charges or have our licenses removed for providing that care to them. That's what most people want.
I think Dr. Guerrero, I don't know how much I screwed that up.
Guerrero, that's great.
Guerrero, I'm sorry. You are familiar with the challenges rural women face to receive health care where you practice in Indiana, with many women traveling several hours across substantial distances to get basic care. In my district, that might be 3, 4, 5 hours. Arizona's first district is over 56,000 square miles, larger than the entire state of Indiana. That is the norm in our district as well. What are some obstacles that women who live in rural areas must overcome to access health care, and how will the Dobbs decision put further barriers in their path to accessing care?
Sure, thank you for your question. So in Indiana right now, there is an 18-hour delay, which means that it takes 2 appointments to be seen. And that might not seem like a huge challenge, except that means that's 2 days of missing of work, with most likely you're not able to explain why, getting 2 days worth of childcare that you will probably have to pay out of pocket for a procedure that you also have to pay out of pocket. And then the travel it can also add challenges to someone who is low income, because right now with the price of gas, it can make it almost a challenge that will stop anybody from being able to access care when they're in those marginalized communities. If somebody has a car, it might not be a reliable car, and if your car breaks down on the way there, you know, we work with people where that's it. The door or the window to getting access is shut. There is no magic credit card. There is no AAA to call. The best you can do is try to find a ride back home and then actually delay care.
Thank you, and I yield.
I thank the gentleman. Dr. Joyce, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you for yielding, Madam Chair, and thank you for holding this hearing, as well as Ranking Member Griffith. It is clear that based on the discussion today, there is still work to be done to protect life here in the United States. It is disappointing and horrifying to hear the belittlement and degradation towards human life in these settings. We must continue to stand for life, and we must continue to fight for the unborn. As a physician, I swore an oath to do no harm, and as a minimum, we must legislate to ensure that no child loses their life in a late-term abortion. And we must protect those who are born during an attempted abortion and make sure that they receive the same level of care as any other child. Dr. Francis, thank you for advocating for both the patient's mother and child. And thank you for addressing that the life of one cannot be sacrificed, and that harm that occurs affects both mother and child. In recent years, Dr. Francis, we have seen substantial advancements in medical treatment, further enhancing the ability of physicians to treat prematurely born infants and moving the age of viability earlier in a pregnancy. Can you please elaborate on your experiences in this area and how we as policymakers should treat these important advancements that we have seen as you've continued to practice medicine?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you for that. So, as I said earlier, the last 49 years, we have seen tremendous advancements in medical technology and medical treatments that are available. And in fact, all of those advancements have only gone to further support the pro-life position, or the position that advocates for both patients. As you referenced, the age of viability now has decreased down to where, depending on what center you're at, some babies can survive at 21 and a half to 22 weeks. And the reason that that's so important is because it helps us to recognize the humanity of these children throughout all stages of development. And I would like to address the issue of using medically accurate terminology. I agree with that. So just because we call a child in the womb an embryo or a fetus, that doesn't mean that they're not a human person. That's just a stage of development, and that doesn't end after they're born. Then they're an infant, then they're a toddler, then they're an adolescent, then they're an adult. So this is purely a term of a developmental stage. It doesn't make that child a different thing other than a human person. And again, we should continue to employ advanced medical technologies to support not only children, preborn children, but also their mothers. And there are many complications of pregnancy that, pre-Roe we wouldn't have been able to treat, and now we are able to because of advancements in medicine.
Earlier in your testimony, you talked about endangering the life of one, the unborn, the preborn child, and causing harm subsequently to the well-being of another, a mother who might entertain abortion. Can you address from your personal experience as a physician what you have seen in mothers who have had abortions?
Absolutely. So in addition to seeing women in the emergency room with immediate complications that their abortion provider did not care for and told them just to go to their local emergency room, I also have sat with women who lost, one woman in particular comes to mind, who lost her 5th wanted child due to a condition called cervical insufficiency. And when you looked back in her history, her first 2 pregnancies, before I understand, she was in a crisis situation. She was not ready to be a mom, but she had 2 surgical abortions for her first 2 pregnancies. We know that that number of abortions increases a woman's risk of preterm birth by 90%. And as I sat and cried with her, as I referenced before, I just couldn't help but think, had someone told her that she was going to lose 5 wanted children due to cervical insufficiency, would she have made a different choice? And I understand that my patients find themselves in very difficult circumstances. I have sat with them, I've talked with them, I've tried to help find resources to help support them. But I just believe that as a physician, again, our oath, the Hippocratic oath that medical ethics is based on, expressly forbid performing abortions because it recognized that ending the lives of our patients has no place in the practice of medicine. Instead, our patients deserve real solutions to get to the root cause of why it is that they're seeking abortions.
Madam Speaker, as my time closes, I'd like to thank all of the witnesses for being here today, and especially Dr. Francis for your insight on the care of mother and child. Thank you, and I yield.
Thank you so much. So this committee has a practice of allowing non-committee members to wave on, and I believe all of the members of the committee who were going to be here have questioned. And so I see the chair of our Health Subcommittee, Congresswoman Eshoo, who does such a great job with that committee, is on remotely. And so, Chair Eshoo, I will recognize you for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Chairwoman, and thank you for having this all-important hearing today. And to the witnesses that have spent the better part of the day now with us. I recently had a constituent named Madeline who wrote to me to tell her story about being denied an abortion later in her pregnancy after a severe and fatal fetal malformation was discovered. Instead of receiving the services that could have helped her avoid the mental anguish and the physical complications. She was forced to give birth by C-section despite knowing that her baby would not survive. She watched her child die in her arms. My constituent wrote, quote, "Childbearing is risky business, and restricting abortion unavoidably compromises the health care of people who get pregnant." So now Republicans are inserting themselves into the most personal decisions that women should be trusted to make themselves. You know, this is all coming from a party. It says small government, little to no regulation, intrude, keep government out of people's lives. And there you are doing what you're doing. The Supreme Court has unleashed chaos and confusion across our country. This is hurtful to people. I believe that not one of us, as members of Congress, no policy makers, no politicians should be involved in this. This is not the government's business. This is personal, up to people, their faith, their beliefs, and understanding what they need. So I want to thank the chairwoman, the members. I think that this is causing a great deal of pain across the country. I want to thank the AMA for stepping out, because when the doctors in our country are questioning as to whether they can be arrested, whether they can be criminalized in their practice of healthcare, and I know the Republicans have said this is not healthcare. Well then, excuse my English, what the hell is it? It is healthcare for women. Like it or not, it is healthcare. So I just want to close on this, and it's a small question, but I want to ask Renee Bracey Sherman. You've been in the hearing since 10:30 this morning. Is there something you have not been able to say? Is there something that you want to add to the record? I want to give you that opportunity.
Thank you so much. I thought you'd never ask. Yes, I'd actually like to correct the record on the written statement that Dr. Francis submitted. So one, there's actually a lot of racism and anti-Blackness in it, which I think is really disgusting to have had to read as a Black woman who had an abortion. But also in particular, there's some information about the Turnaway study. It is a monumental study that looked at the lives of people who were able to receive and not receive their abortions. And Dr. Francis wrote that Dr. Daniel Grossman created the study and wrote it. And as amazing as Dr. Daniel Grossman, who is the Director of Advancing New Standards of Reproductive Health at the University of California, San Francisco. He's amazing. He is not the author of the Turnaway study. It was authored by Dr. Diana Green Foster, who is a brilliant demographer, and a number of other researchers. You can see that as, here's the book on the Turnaway study with Dr. Diana Green Foster's name on it. Dr. Grossman didn't even run Answer when the longitudinal study was designed, and so it's a verifiable fact with a Google search. I would also like to point out that in her testimony, she wrote that he has, quote, extensive financial ties to the abortion industry. I believe that is extremely anti-Semitic. Dr. Grossman is a caring abortion provider and one of the smartest people I have the honor of knowing. His mother's social justice lessons and his Jewish faith, particularly Tikkun Olam, calls him to do this work to repair the world. And to besmirch his good name with anti-Semitic tropes is disgusting, especially alongside anti-Blackness. And I would also like to say that these threats make it really difficult for those of us who are speaking about abortion to live safely. I am currently experiencing racist death threats because of tweets that have been shared by the Republican National Committee. So I'm glad that we're talking about the threats that happen towards people who speak out about abortion. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman, and I yield back.
I thank the gentlelady. Chair now recognizes Mr. Carter for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you for allowing me to wave on to this committee. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to speak about some recent rules that have been promulgated by Health and Human Services. I am a pharmacist by profession and deeply disturbed by the fact that now HHS is going to be requiring pharmacists to dispense medications that could result in an abortion, even though they may be morally or consciously objecting to this. I wanted to, first of all, let me say that I have a great respect for the pharmacist-patient relationship, and I know many of you are healthcare professionals, and I know that you have a great respect for the patient relationship that you have, and it's extremely important, particularly when you're talking about the most accessible healthcare professionals in America. 95% of all Americans live within 5 miles of a pharmacy. And yet, here we have, as a result of this decision that's been made by the Supreme Court, we have HHS promulgating rules that's going to say that your civil rights have been violated if a pharmacist refuses to fill a prescription that they know is going to induce an abortion, and that they know that it's being used for that, even though they may morally or consciously object to that. In fact, when I was a member of the Georgia State Legislature, I passed legislation that said that a pharmacist could not be fired from a job if they morally objected to filling a prescription. You see, that's what we're trained in. We're trained to look for drug interactions. We're trained to take care of patients, including the unborn. And yet, the federal government is going to require us to go against that training and to do something that we object to morally or consciously. Not only that, but there may be state laws that directly contraindicate this. And we would be forced to make a decision between following a federal rule or following a state law. I want to ask you, Dr. Francis, I'll begin with you. I want to ask you, are the actions from the Biden administration adding to the confusion and the uncertainty that we see in the wake of the Dobbs decision?
Well, I think that there has been a lot of intentional spreading of misinformation about what physicians will and will not be able to do. And I would agree with some of the other panelists here that making women feel fearful that they are not going to be able to receive care that they desperately need in order to save their life.
That's not the question I ask you, with all due respect,
Sure.
ma'am. The question I ask you is, should pharmacists be forced to fill a prescription that they are morally or consciously object to?
Oh, I'm sorry. I misunderstood your question. I'm sorry about that. No, absolutely not. And in fact, we have federal conscience protections in place because our federal government has long recognized that no healthcare professional should be forced to violate their conscience.
Thank you for that. Dr. Resneck, I wanted to ask you, in your written statement, you note that physicians have been placed in an impossible situation, trying to meet their ethical duties to place patient health and well-being first while attempting to comply with vague, restrictive, complex, and conflicting state laws that interfere in the practice of medicine and jeopardize the health of patients. When we get down to it, this is whether you're pro-abortion or anti-abortion. Whether you're pro-choice or whether you're pro-life, we're talking about the patient-pharmacist, the patient-doctor relationship here. And yet we're going to have the federal government requiring us to fill a prescription that we know is going to do harm to a patient, that we know that we're trained. That's what we do all day long, is look for drug interactions that might harm a patient.
Thanks, Congressman. So I'm glad you actually brought this up. We sought this clarification. And physicians, as you know, and as we've talked about before, collaborate on teams with pharmacists. We work very closely together. We have enormous appreciation for our pharmacy colleagues. There are already conscientious objection protections in place for individual physicians and individual pharmacists who are not comfortable with a particular procedure or a particular medication. But we also have policy at AMA that it's important for patients ultimately to be able to get the medications we prescribe. So there are ways for an individual pharmacist who may have those concerns to be able to refer
But
to
if
a
these
colleague.
rules are implemented by HHS, then we run the risk of civil rights violations here.
That's not my understanding of the rules. And we are seeing pharmacists who, again, I think are struggling with the same thing we're struggling with. I talk to pharmacy colleagues who are terrified that they're going to be prosecuted, who are comfortable dispensing those medications and are too scared to do so because they're scared of state laws coming back and prosecuting them.
Well, I'm out of
we want to
time,
work
but
together with our colleagues in pharmacy to be able to make sure
Understood, but
patients get
I
their
just have to
medications.
say, I think this is a very slippery slope, and I'm telling you, this is dangerous here. When the federal government starts telling a pharmacist what prescriptions they're going to dispense and what prescriptions they're not going to dispense, and I'll yield back.
Chair now recognizes Ms. Castor for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you all for being here today. And if the gentleman from Georgia thinks it's unreasonable for the federal government or the state to tell pharmacists about when they can prescribe medication, then certainly you are outraged about it forcing girls and women to remain pregnant against their will. This is outrageous. Or forcing doctors to contradict their ethical codes and their medical training. But here we are. I want to tell a story about one of the first women in Florida affected by the 15-week abortion ban. In Florida, the 15-week abortion ban went into effect just recently. It's on top of a 24-hour mandatory waiting period. I heard this through an ultrasound technician in Tampa who said that Sue was a mother, had just given birth. She had a 4-month-old at home. She and her husband went back to work quickly because it's not easy out there these days. She was then, when she went back to work, diagnosed with COVID. She went to various urgent care centers, and they said, okay, you're nauseous, you're vomiting, you have chronic fatigue, you're a long hauler. After a number of weeks of not getting better, she took a pregnancy test, and she was pregnant with an infant at home. She scheduled the soonest possible appointment available at Planned Parenthood, where the ultrasound confirmed that she was 16 and a half weeks pregnant. So now it was too late for her to get an abortion near her home. She, a mother of a newborn who's recovering from serious illness, facing financial pressures, now has to work with her healthcare provider to go out of state, ask her employer for more time off work. This is an example of how extreme these policies are and how extreme it is for politicians to think that they know best for this family. The emotional strain it's causing, the financial instability, the interruption of bonding with her infant. Dr. Verma, you said in your testimony that mandatory waiting periods have no medical purpose. Do you agree? Do you confirm that?
Thank you for that question. Yes, there's been extensive data that has looked at waiting periods and shown that they do not make the care safer. They do not change that people are sure in their decision to move forward with an abortion, and they are not medically based.
And then these abortion bans, you said, I believe you testified that this is going to worsen health outcomes for parents and families.
Yes, absolutely.
Dr. Guerrero, do you agree with that? And is this story, do you think this is going to be a unique case, or is this going to be what we're dealing with here for months to come?
I absolutely agree with Dr. Verma has said, and I think we're going to see a lot more of this happening in the months to come. It's one of those things, again, where lawmakers make this assumption about pregnant people that they somehow don't know what's best for them, or that the barriers and restrictions that are in place are not having a significant impact, when in fact they are having a very, very critical impact.
And Dr. Resneck, to think that now these abortion bans and what states are doing now to criminalize the advice that doctors are giving to patients or the care that they would like to give. I mean, what are doctors across America thinking about now as the recourse?
they're very worried, and our recourse is limited. The information is not clear. There's a lot that's going to still be worked out in litigation. You know, the example you shared and the other ones we've heard today are very real and are consistent with what I'm hearing from colleagues around the country. And it just reflects the complexities that my colleagues face every day. Most people I know who are physicians wouldn't have gone to med school if practicing medicine were easy. They actually chose it because it's complicated and hard, and you get to sit down and try and solve problems with patients. And sometimes in reproductive health, that is a choice to continue a pregnancy. Sometimes it's an ectopic that you discover that you need to treat. And so I think my physician colleagues around the country who are dealing with those complexities every day with informed consent and sharing their expertise with patients are doing heroic work. And I am very worried about the possibility of seeing some of them prosecuted for that heroic work.
I agree. Thank you very much. I go back.
Ms. Lesko, you're now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I support the Supreme Court's decision to overturn Roe versus Wade to give the decision back to the people through their elected representatives. Dr. Resneck, the president of the American Medical Association, has repeatedly said today that the decision to have an abortion should be between the doctor and the patient. Yet the same American Medical Association put out a statement supporting government vaccine mandates, which were often against the patient's will. I find your organization's positions to be in contradiction to each other. I have several questions. My first question goes to Dr. Francis. My Democrat colleagues recently passed legislation that removes any requirement for medical supervision when a mother is given chemical abortion pills that carry risks of serious complications. Do you believe that medical supervision should be provided when women are given and taking abortion pills?
Absolutely. So we know that even under medical supervision, medication abortions have a 4 times higher complication rate than do surgical abortions. And in fact, a recent study that looked at Medicaid-linked data from 2002 to 2015 showed a 500% increase in emergency room visits related to abortions. Many of those were due to medication abortions. There are many dangers in women not being supervised medically with an in-person visit when they take abortion pills. The first is that you cannot adequately rule out an ectopic pregnancy without an in-person visit. 50% of women will not have risk factors. Many women will not have symptoms until their ectopic is rupturing. Second, as I said before, you can't accurately date a pregnancy without an in-person exam and/or ultrasound, even according to ACOG's own documentation. Third, women will not be appropriately screened for intimate partner violence, coercion, sex trafficking if it's being done through a website or without an in-person visit.
Thank you. And I have another question for you, Dr. Francis. It's my understanding that previously in this committee hearing, Ms. Sherman called you a racist and other derogatory names. Would you like to respond?
It's Bracey Sherman.
Is it not Ms. Sherman?
No, it's Miss Bracey Sherman, and Bracey is actually the Black family.
Excuse me, I
so I'm not
reclaim my time.
surprised. It's Bracey.
Would you like to respond?
Well, I just would like to say that that I'm here to represent the medical evidence that I use to give my patients compassionate and excellent health care.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Sherman, you emphatically stated in your testimony that you are for abortion at any time for any reason. As you may know, the Women's Health Protection Act, which almost every Democrat supported, was on the House floor last week. Do you support this bill that established the right to an abortion at any time and for any reason, including moments before a baby is birthed naturally?
So once again, my last name is Bracey Sherman.
Please answer the question
Bracey
instead
is
of
my
your name.
Black family, so I'm
Please
not
answer the
surprised that you're
question.
refusing to use that name.
Are you for the bill or against it?
Yes.
Yes or no?
Yes, I love people who have abortions. They know what's best for their lives, and I will never second guess them. I cannot think of anything more dehumanizing than someone having to wait until you're close to the threat of death to beg someone to save your life, and then providers second guessing whether saving your life is a crime. People find out that they need abortions throughout their pregnancies. Yes, at any time and for any reason. Sometimes it is because of health, but sometimes it's because the barriers that you support
I
make it
reclaim my
really
time.
difficult for them
I'm reclaiming
to
my
make it to
time.
the clinic as soon as they need to.
You know, there's
That
a
is
lot of
financial
discussion
barriers, that is
today.
logistical barriers.
Excuse me,
I
Madam
support
Chair,
people who
I'm
have
reclaiming
abortions.
my time. Thank you.
The lady's recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A lot has been discussed today about the need for abortions in case there's a risk of the life of the mother. And every state that I am aware of has laws in place that allow for abortions in the case of saving the life of the mother. I also looked up information on how many cases there are of abortions that deal with the life of the mother, and it's a small amount. In Florida, in 2020, which requires reporting, 0.2% of all abortions they had the abortion because the woman's life was endangered by the pregnancy. 0.98%, there was abortion because there was a serious fetal abnormality. 20.4% of the women that responded, the women had abortions for social or economic reasons. 75% gave no reason, it was elective. So I just want to keep in mind when we talk about saving the life of the mothers, every state allows that, and I yield back.
Mr. Cardenas, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairwoman. Appreciate this Oversight and Investigations Subcommittee leadership for allowing me to waive on to this hearing, which could not be more urgent. And thank you to the witnesses for joining us today. I want to take a moment to tell a story of Leah Dua, a California storyteller with We Testify. Despite being on birth control, Leah Dua learned she was pregnant when she went to see her doctor for her annual wellness exam. Just 2 days earlier, Leah Dua had received a deportation letter threatening to deport her from the United States. She didn't have a job or health insurance, and she was uncomfortable with the idea of sharing the news of her pregnancy with her husband. She was 10 weeks pregnant, having just received news that her residency in the US was increasingly uncertain, so she decided to get a medication abortion. While she found it painful, she also felt safer in her own home. Despite all of the emotions, never once did she feel conflicted on her decision. She has no regret about deciding to have an abortion. Leah Dua was able to access an abortion on her own terms, something that the Dobbs decision now threatens for every woman in our country. Dr. Verma, I'd like to focus in particular on the disproportionate impacts that the Dobbs decision will have on communities of color and poor women in the United States. We know that those already facing barriers to accessing abortion will face additional challenges in the post-Dobbs world. In your testimony, you state that, quote, bans and restrictions on abortion care have far-reaching consequences, both deepening existing inequities and worsening health outcomes.
Thank you for that question and for sharing that story. So yes, we know that bans disproportionately affect those from already marginalized groups. And I also want to be very clear that pregnancy and childbirth can be incredibly dangerous and are particularly dangerous for people of color. So data from the CDC shows that Black women face 3 times higher maternal mortality rates than their Black counterparts. So again, there are so many reasons why it is important for all of our patients, including our patients of color, our patients with lower financial means, our immigrant patients, adolescent patients, to receive the care that they need.
So basically the post-Dobbs world is going to affect some women more than others in America. And it appears that by default, if you're middle class, upper middle class, you're not going to be affected anywhere similar
to somebody who is white or of color who is of lesser means?
I feel that all people will be affected, but I do think that those that aren't able to travel to get the care they need, that aren't able to put the resources together for the childcare, taking time off work, getting a ride, the people that aren't able to do that, we are going to see not being able to get care to larger extents.
So we're looking at an unequal situation.
Absolutely, and this has long been the case that the people with means, people that are able to travel, have been able to get the care they need, and people that aren't able to do those things haven't. We've been seeing these disparities, and I think they're only going to get worse.
Thank you. Ms. Bracey Sherman, because you work so closely with Black and brown communities, can you tell us how racial disparities in abortion access will be worsened by the Dobbs decision?
Absolutely. Thank you so much for that question. So because of lack of access to healthcare and financial means in this country, Black and brown people have a disproportionate ability to access healthcare overall, but particularly when it comes to contraception and abortion care, and also maternal health outcomes, right? Trying to get prenatal care, trying to actually have checkups regularly is really, really difficult. So that means that people aren't able to spend $1,000 to afford an IUD, for example, as birth control. I myself could not afford birth control because at the time there was a copay. So it was $120 every time I tried to get my birth control, which is why I ended up needing an abortion. We know that Black and brown communities are underinsured, really have a lot of difficult times trying to access healthcare. So it's important that they have full access to the spectrum of healthcare, and that absolutely includes abortion.
Thank you for your expertise, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you. Continuing in seniority on the full committee, Ms. Dingell, you're now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you to all of the witnesses for what's a serious day. The ruling by the Supreme Court has immediately jeopardized the health of women all across the country. And as all of my colleagues have said, this is a very personal decision and a medical decision that should be made by a woman, her doctor, and her faith. For the Supreme Court to determine that women no longer have a say over their own body is unconscionable and truly cruel for women. So today I want to focus on how this ruling impacts a woman's access to comprehensive women's health care during medical emergencies, and how these policies are creating confusion for physicians. Healthcare systems are facing uncertainty in the legal sphere regarding enforcement of state bans. In the wake of Dobbs' decision, the largest healthcare system in my state was uncertain about how Michigan's 1931 law could place physicians and clinical teams at risk of criminal liability. Within the first 24 hours, they announced that they would not treat any woman who needed an abortion, which created instant confusion. My phone began ringing at home at 11 p.m. A pregnant woman who had lost 2 children already had gotten a call from her OBGYN, who she trusted, who said, "I can't take care of you. If something happens, you need to go to another hospital system." A pregnant woman with twins called me the next morning. Now, it created such havoc that the hospital system later clarified it in the afternoon. But I talked to enough women in those 12 hours that I understood what fear was and what the doctor's anxiety was. As Republican legislators move to criminalize reproductive care in state after state, they've also tried to conceal the widespread impact of their bans by pointing to exceptions for medical emergencies. However, clinicians have repeatedly said that exemptions for life or the health of a pregnant person are insufficient in securing emergency reproductive care for pregnant people, even when such care would save their lives. Dr. Verma, How do these medical exemptions work in reality, in practice?
Thank you for that question. So it's often unclear to us as the doctors that are actually taking care of these patients how to interpret the medical emergency exceptions when we can actually intervene. So I brought up that situation, patients with pulmonary hypertension who may come in with a condition that has a 50% chance of killing them during the course of the pregnancy. Can we intervene before they get sick, or do we have to wait until they get sick? I take care of many patients that come in after breaking their water at 14, 15, 16 weeks when that pregnancy can never survive outside of the uterus. They're having bleeding. How much bleeding is too much bleeding? Do we have to wait for them to get an infection before we can intervene? So when we are looking at the patient in front of us, what we're taught to do is intervene before they get sick. But these laws are telling us we have to wait until it's an emergency, and it's also clear what that means. There's not a line in the sand when someone goes from being totally fine, walking around, talking, smiling, to actively dying. It's a continuum. What I need to do as a doctor is to intervene earlier in that continuum to keep that person safe and healthy, but the laws are making it really unclear about whether I can do that.
Thank you, Dr. Verma. I wanted to ask you more questions, but I'm almost out of time, so I'm going to move to Dr. Guerrero. Because the Republican Party does not have a monopoly on matters of faith, let alone as it relates to pregnancy care. Pregnancy decisions can be deeply intimate and involve questions of faith, religion, and spirituality. Dr. Guerrero, can you tell me about your organization's Faith Aloud program and the type of spiritual care your organization provides to pregnant people who are seeking pregnancy counseling and exploring their options?
Absolutely. So our Faith Aloud counselors are clergy people and spiritual leaders who believe in meeting their clients and their callers where they're at and supporting them in their vision and communication and connection to their idea of a higher power. And what they do is that they provide an empowering conversation and helpful spiritual language for people to determine what is best for them. And if somebody says that their definition of God is love, then absolutely they're going to support that person. And if somebody says, I'm not sure what my faith has for me, it's a continued exploration of what their relationship is to their higher power and supporting those people no matter what, with the belief that these people are just trying to make the best decisions for themselves over and over and over again instead of casting them as some kind of person that wakes up in the morning thinking of evil things. Thanks.
Thank you, Doctor. I'll yield back.
Thank you. Chair now recognizes Ms. Kelly for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank the witnesses. Illinois We Testify storyteller Brittany found out that she was pregnant at age 22, shortly after the birth of her third daughter. She couldn't afford another child at that time, physically, emotionally, or financially. She was working part-time and had decided she wanted to go back to school to finish her degree. She couldn't see herself moving forward with another child, and she knew she needed an abortion. Medicaid wouldn't cover the $900 procedure, which is more than she made in a month. Through the help of her family and the Chicago Abortion Fund, Brittany was able to afford the abortion and now works as an advocate for others in similar situations. Abortion access is essential to the well-being of all women, yet states have continuously erected barriers that make it particularly challenging for women of color, and particularly Black women, to access the care and services they need to make informed decisions about their pregnancy options. With Dobbs now the law of the land, these barriers will only grow. Ms. Bracey Sherman, what have you heard from your storytellers about the disproportionate impacts that pre-Dobbs abortion restrictions have had on Black women, Indigenous women, and other women of color?
Thank you so much, and I'm proud to be from the great state of Illinois. I love that you read Brittany's story because Brittany is a dear friend and a storyteller with We Testify, and she's talked publicly not only about the abortion that she's had, but also the experiences of when she was denied an abortion because Medicaid didn't cover it. And she was forced to continue a pregnancy to term. And while she loves her daughter, it was really difficult. She ended up actually having a lot of complications during her pregnancy, including postpartum depression and preterm labor. So it was actually a really, really difficult pregnancy on top of the mental health impact of being forced to continue a pregnancy that you did not want to carry to term. That is why she is an activist, to make sure that everyone is able to decide if, when, and how to grow their families. Since the Dobbs decision, and even before that, because Texas's SB 8 was criminalizing helping people get abortions, I've heard from so many people, including other We Testify storytellers, who needed abortions and so had to either fly out of state or self-manage at home, which, as I mentioned earlier, is really safe, but it can be a crime in some states. I also, as I mentioned earlier, volunteer to help people who are traveling for their abortions, and I definitely receive emails that say, if you help this person, you could be criminalized for helping them. And I really cannot imagine how that is pro-life, that you would criminalize someone for showing up with love and care to make sure that they get the health care that they need.
Thank you. And yes, Illinois is an oasis in very red sand. Dr. Guerrero, in your testimony, you suggest that barriers to abortion access compound ways that people of color are routinely denied their civil and human rights. How has racism and structural inequalities affected Black, Indigenous, and women of color's ability to access pregnancy-related care, including abortion care?
Absolutely. As I mentioned before, 77% of our clients experience some kind of burden related to abortion restrictions, and that includes transportation, childcare for multiple appointments, legal barriers, time off work, and the cost of needing to pay for the procedure out of pocket. Out of that 77%, 59% of those people are people of color. At minimum, all of our clients are reaching out to us because they don't have other financial support, and 63% of those people are people of color. So it disproportionately impacts those marginalized communities.
You know, I wanted to say, people have talked about contradictions, and I feel like it's very interesting that we want to give states the right to decide about women, but the Supreme Court took New York State's right to decide about guns, which, you know, if you're pro-life, you should really care about what's going on in America, this uniquely American violent problem. The other thing is, the question was asked about the respecting the conscience of people that think, that are following their conscience about a woman's right to choose and not giving them the drugs or whatever. But what about the people who are following their conscience that they think women have the right to choose? What about their decisions? It just seems like we only care about it one way. And with that, I yield back. Thank you so much.
Thank the gentleman. Mr. Soto, you're now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Today, we're here to talk about freedom. Democrats defending freedom that Americans enjoy, and radical Republicans trying to take it away. First, Republicans try to take away our freedom to vote on January 6th. Democrats fought back and protected our democracy. Now Republicans are here to try to take away women's freedom to choose. And today we Democrats fight back. Next, Republicans will go after the freedom for LGBTQ marriage equality. And then Republicans will even try to take away the right to birth control medicine. We are here to say enough is enough. We Democrats are here to protect and defend these freedoms for every American and stop radical Republicans from rolling back the clock. In the Dobbs case, the U.S. Supreme Court, this would be the first time ever that a Supreme Court took away a fundamental right, a federal reproductive right granted to women that stood for nearly 50 years. To know that is to know how truly unprecedented this ruling was and how truly radical the decision was. For Republicans, it's about power and control. By having the power to force women to remain pregnant, red states will gain more control over them. Once the state controls a woman's body, they control their ability to work, their ability to decide how big a family they want to have. They control their health care decisions. In short, they control their destinies. And then red states will go after birth control next, so women can never stop having children. and then they'll try to restrict their travel out of state, so they'll be stuck. Now consider that many of these red states are the poorest in the nation and have the highest child poverty. In essence, we'll have red states that will force women to have children and do nothing to help take care of them. What's the ultimate effect? In some states, women will still be free in America, but in others, they will be second-class citizens and wards of the state by design. And life there will start looking a lot more like a real-world Handmaid's Tale for women. And coming from Florida, this will be especially true in the South. We're already seeing women from Alabama, Mississippi, Louisiana, and Texas coming to our state to exercise their reproductive rights. In Florida, we have a right to privacy enshrined in our Constitution. The state constitution clearly says every natural person has the right to be let alone and free from government intrusion into a person's private life. That kind of radical government intrusion into a woman's personal health decisions that 20 states have either already made or are about to. In 1989, the Florida Supreme Court held that the right to privacy protected a woman's right to choose. As a lawyer, given the plain language of this amendment, I can state that it would be legally absurd for any Florida Supreme Court justice, let alone a court of self-proclaimed strict constructionists, to take away this right now in our state. The Florida Constitution is clear, so is the will of Floridians. Nearly 80% of Floridians support a woman's right to choose and oppose an abortion ban. We are the majority. Yet Governor DeSantis and the Republican Florida legislature have already tried to infringe on this right with a 15-week ban. DeSantis likes to say he's protecting the free state of Florida. Laws like this show it is a lie. The new law has already been struck down by the trial court and will soon make its way to the Florida Supreme Court. And the fate of 11 million Florida women and their freedom hang in the balance. So does the freedom of women in neighboring states throughout the South. Meanwhile, House Democrats have already passed Women's Health Protection Act to codify Roe and to create a national right to abortion under federal law. Now the Senate must take up this bill without delay. We Democrats will continue to fight to ensure women across Florida and the rest of the nation are still truly free. Dr. Verma, to close out, we may see a ban in Georgia, maybe even sadly in the great state of Florida, and the closest states would be North Carolina and Illinois. What effect would that have on women's ability for reproductive health in Central Florida and throughout the Deep South?
This will absolutely have a devastating impact on people's health care, particularly people that aren't able to travel for the care that they need. Those are the people that are going to be most significantly affected and will not be able to access abortion care and other types of reproductive health care that they need.
Thanks, my time's expired.
Chair now recognizes Ms. Blunt Rochester for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairwoman DeGette, for allowing me to weigh on to this important hearing, and to the panelists for helping us to better understand the dire consequences and legal chaos of the Dobbs decision. I want to give a special thank you to Ms. Bracey Sherman for sharing your story and empowering others to share theirs. I have to say, like many of my colleagues, I received many letters from constituents, and I was struck by one constituent who wrote to me to say that, like thousands of women, she benefited from the ability to obtain a safe abortion. Her parents died when she was young. She was tragically raped as a teenager and had to rely on the support of others to even obtain the abortion. She now has a good paying job and pays, as she said, her fair share of taxes. She wrote to me that if she had not been afforded that opportunity, she doesn't know where she would be today, and that she believed she wouldn't have finished high school or college or been a contributing member to society. But another constituent wrote to me and said, I don't regret it, and I never have, but what she does regret is that she's been quiet about it for all of these years because she's felt that she contributed to the stigmatizing of this topic for other women. Now she's speaking up. I'm grateful for these women who spoke up, and I'm thankful that Delaware still has the option of safe abortions and reproductive rights. We recently passed a package of legislation, and included in that is an increase in the number of trained eligible providers who can provide care, including allowing physician assistants and advanced practice nurses to prescribe medication abortion. Dr. Verma, why is medication abortion essential to your patients, and how would expanding access to medication abortion impact their lives?
Thank you for that question and for all of your work in Delaware. So first, I want to correct some misinformation that we've heard today about medication abortion. Our science-based professional societies have established very clearly that medication abortion is completely safe, essential health care. That includes our American Board of OBGYNs, which governs all OBGYNs in the country. We know that over 50% for the first time of abortions in the country are happening with medication abortion. And it's incredibly important for people to have access to this service that we know they can get safely and effectively.
Thank you. And even though the rhetoric around abortion access remains contentious, a majority of Americans support access to abortion, and that has been true for decades. Black Americans support abortion access in particularly high numbers, with 68% believing that abortion should be legal in all or most cases. Ms. Bracey Sherman, what do we know about the widespread majority support for abortion access in the United States, particularly among women of color?
Thank you so much for that question. I think one of the things that is a misconception is that abortion is a divisive issue. It is not. It is actually a gerrymandered issue. Support for abortion has really not changed and actually increased since Roe v. Wade, particularly in communities of color, particularly with Black communities. And I know this because I am Black and I talk to my family and also all of my neighbors. So that's really critical. I also actually want to go back to something that you said with that constituent. To everyone who's out there and you have not shared your abortion story yet, that's okay. You did not contribute to the stigma. The people who wanted to ban our access did. The people who tell us that we're somehow worse because we're Black people or brown people because we want our abortions. That somehow because people of color need abortion access, we're really terrible people. That's where the stigma comes from. When you share your story, it is a gift and it deserves to be heard on your own terms. So thank you so much for sharing those stories.
Thank you. Thank you so much for saying that. And I think it's an empowering moment for a lot of people right now. And I'm just going to leave it right there and say thank you for empowering people and helping them to be empowered.
Can I just say, the things that are said in these hearings do not happen in a vacuum.
Right.
They impact people that you love.
That's right.
The words matter. I am currently receiving death threats from the RNC, as I mentioned. Those words matter. That is very scary, simply because I said that I had an abortion. That should not bring on death threats in this country. That is wrong. And so that is why people are afraid to share their stories. And I hope that we change the culture so everyone feels free to talk about abortion on their own terms.
Thank you so much. And I will be submitting some questions for the record, Madam Chairwoman, particularly on misinformation and how do we make sure that we practice a guide against that for Dr. Guerrero and also Dr. Verma. Thank you so much for this opportunity, and I yield back.
Thank you. Chair now recognizes Ms. Craig for 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Over the past month, I know abortion providers across this country have had to face a new reality, that performing a medical procedure to care for their patient may soon become or is illegal. As we've heard today, the fear of criminalization has created a chilling effect on medical providers across the country, particularly on those that provide abortion. Dr. Verma, let me start with you. This must be an incredibly challenging time for you and the entire healthcare community. How are your colleagues reacting to these bans?
Thank you so much for that question. I also want to just start by addressing some of the implications today that as doctors who provide abortion care, we don't understand the complexities involved in reproductive health care. So I also provide full spectrum OBGYN care. I've spent countless nights watching fetal heart tracings on labor and delivery, looking for any sign of distress to make sure that my patients' babies are safe and healthy. I understand the complexities of reproductive health care. I also understand that my patients don't lose their agency or autonomy or lives because they become pregnant. And so I just wanted to say that for the record. My colleagues and I are struggling right now. This is a really hard time. We went into medicine to do what was best for our patients. We went into this because we care about our communities. And we, because of these bans, are not able to provide the best evidence-based care that is supported by the scientific medical community to our patients.
Thank you so much. I know a lot has been covered today about Republicans, my colleagues' efforts to put in place a nationwide abortion ban and those state efforts to criminalize abortion care. Dr. Verma, what will happen in your profession if abortion is criminalized?
We're going to see that our patients won't be able to get the care that we need. We're going to see that our trainees, our medical students, our residents are not going to get the training that they need to provide life-saving care. That includes abortion care. It also includes miscarriage management. So we're concerned that because of these abortion bans, our residents are not going to be able to provide that life-saving care to someone who comes in and needs it. And I've already talked to medical students from the South who want to stay in their communities, but they say, I don't think I can get the training I need to be the doctor I want to be in the South, and they're leaving. And that's devastating for me as someone from the South. That's my home, my community. It's completely devastating to see that we're losing these doctors because they can't get the training or provide the care that they want to, that they need to because of these abortion restrictions.
Thank you so much, Dr. Verma. Dr. Guerrero, your organization's work depends on a network of competent, available providers so that you can appropriately link people to care. Dr. Guerrero, how has the threat of criminalization of abortion providers affected the type of services the clinicians in your network have been willing to offer since the Dobbs decision came down?
Well, as we know, July 25th will be a special session in Indiana, and that is when abortion will effectively be banned in Indiana, which means that those clinics will have to be shuttered and we will have to refer 100% of our patients outside of the state. But I also just want to take the opportunity to go back to the idea of the kinds of services that we provide, the full spectrum of services we provide. We have a diaper bank for a reason, and this is my colleague, this is for Jess Marchbank. We have a diaper bank for a reason, because WIC and Medicaid do not cover diapers, and Republicans have blocked many proposals on different states to have WIC and Medicaid cover diapers. We offer 3 to 4 packs a month to our clients. The local CBC gives their clients 3 to 4 diapers, which if you've ever diapered an infant, you know that's not going to get you very far, especially if the infant is sick. And so just a couple years ago, our Democrat representative tried to introduce a bill that would take taxes off of diapers, which was blocked by Republicans. So the fact that Republican pro-life factions want to sit here and talk about children and babies, and then they go ahead and do this when it comes to just basic care, like diapering, it's hypocrisy at the highest order. Thanks.
Dr. Guerrero, I'm out of time, but I just want to say that I just can't believe we're here in America. With that, Madam Chair, I yield.
I thank the gentlelady, and now batting cleanup is our wonderful author of the bill last week to allow travel across state borders, Ms. Fletcher, for 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Chairwoman DeGette, for holding this truly important hearing today and for allowing me to participate. I want to thank all of our witnesses for being here today and for your insightful testimony, the stories and challenges that you have shared with us on this committee, hearing about pharmacists refusing to fill prescriptions, not necessarily out of a lack of desire, but out of fear of the law, confusion about whether and when and how to treat ectopic pregnancies, sending patients experiencing miscarriage home from the hospital because they are not sick enough. I'm hearing those stories too, because they're happening to my constituents in my home state of Texas. Contrary to some of the things that we have heard today, we know that these things are real, that these things are happening, that they are creating a crisis. There was a recent New York Times article that talked about a woman experiencing miscarriage in Texas, but she was sent home because she wasn't bleeding enough. I've heard in my district of women being told to go home until they have a fever and then come back to the hospital. And this has been true since last September, before Dobbs, but this crisis has grown exponentially since last month. And despite suggestions to the contrary today, there is great confusion and chaos and fear among physicians and providers and patients and the people who love them. And there's great fear not only about what care they can get or give without being subject to criminal prosecution, but also what they can even say to their patients, what they can tell them about how, whether, where they can get the care that they need. Ms. Bracey Sherman, you said something that really struck me in your opening comments, that no one should be prosecuted for the outcomes of their pregnancies. And yet that is exactly what's happening in Texas. We've already heard that the Texas Attorney General is suing the federal government over M.P.A. Just 2 weeks ago now, a group of lawmakers in Texas publicized a letter that they sent to a law firm in Texas threatening the firm and each of its partners with felony criminal prosecution and disbarment for the firm's policy to reimburse employees that were traveling out of state to get abortion care. And they cited a 1925 law that they claim is still on the books, as well as SB 8, the bill that went into effect in September. What we are hearing in this hearing, what we've heard from our colleagues since we've raised these issues in Congress, is that we're hearing from a lot of anti-abortion politicians that these bans won't stop doctors from treating ectopic pregnancies or miscarriages, but that's not what we're seeing on the ground. And we heard a witness in another committee last week say that abortion care that a 10-year-old received wasn't an abortion. I don't even know what that was. But Dr. Verma, can you talk about how these laws impact a doctor's ability to treat the complexities of pregnancy care? And then in addition, because I don't want to interrupt you, can you also talk about the Dobbs decision and how these new laws will affect overall maternal health outcomes, including maternal mortality, which is another crisis in Texas?
Absolutely. Thank you for that question. So like we discussed a little bit today, as doctors, we're constantly practicing and providing care in a gray area. There aren't these lines in the sand, these clear-cut lines where a patient goes from totally fine to actively dying. And so even when we're in situations where we know what the right thing to do is medically, the laws are preventing us from being able to provide that care to our patients. And thank you for bringing up maternal mortality. I think that's an incredibly important issue that I feel deeply about. So current data do support an association between restricted access to safe and legal abortion and higher rates of maternal morbidity and mortality. And we know that already marginalized populations like people of color experience the largest burden. And so I think that's something that's really important to note, that we are going to see maternal outcomes get worse based on these laws. I just also want to quickly note for the record that our science-based medical organizations have assessed the data and have established that abortion is not at all linked to preterm birth.
Thank you, Dr. Verma. And Madam Chair, I'd like to request unanimous consent to enter the letter that I mentioned into the record.
All the document requests will be considered at the end of the hearing.
Thank you so much, Madam Chairwoman.
Imminent.
In the few seconds I have left, I just want to say that I will submit some additional questions for the record, because I think that the issues that have been raised today raise further questions, and I just want to thank all of our witnesses for the work that they're doing, for the compassionate, thoughtful approach that they are taking to this issue, and that it reflects the majority of the Americans' views about whether when and how pregnant women and families should make their choices. And I really appreciated, Dr. Guerrero, your discussion about how we should be thinking about this as part of our lives. And I just think the testimony has been so incredibly helpful. I thank you for your time today, and I thank you, Madam Chair, for allowing me to participate in this hearing, and I yield back.
I thank the gentlelady. All the members have now questioned, and I will recognize the ranking member for any closing comments or questions he might have.
Madam Chair, I just want to point out that we heard some testimony today that one of our witnesses has received death threats. All death threats, whether they come from the right or the left, should be reported to proper law enforcement authorities. That's not something that we can weigh in on, but if something occurs as a result of this testimony, I think we'd like to know about it, but after proper reports have been made to law enforcement so that they can take the proper action and make determinations according to our justice system.
I thank the gentleman, and I agree. This is a very emotional and fraught topic. Unfortunately, there have been death threats received, I know, by not just people who are here today, but doctors, politicians, and I've got to say, I don't talk a lot about this, but I've actually had, over the years, because of my leadership in these issues, I've had protesters at my house, at my personal home, walking through my neighborhood and intimidating my children. And I do believe, as a public figure, that people have the right to First Amendment speech on both sides of this issue. I think that that's one of the core values of our democracy, and I support it, even though it's inconvenient for me sometimes. But there's no place for violence. There's no place for death threats anywhere, and I think all of us in this room would agree with that. And I want to conclude by thanking all of our members for participation in this hearing. All of you did a very good job of answering all the questions that were put to you. We appreciate that. Pursuant to committee rules, members have 10 business days to submit additional questions to all of you, and you did hear several of the members say they have additional questions. I would ask all of you to respond promptly to these questions because they do help us in our further investigations. And now, as promised, we would like to insert in the record by unanimous consent the following documents. As referenced by Dr. Verma, a joint statement from more than 75 healthcare organizations opposing political interference in healthcare, a statement from the American Board of Obstetrics and Gynecology regarding misinformation, disinformation, and medical professionalism, an article that Ms. Custer referenced from the New York Times regarding barriers to obtaining miscarriage post-care post-Dobbs, published on July 17, 2022, the letter Ms. Fletcher referred to from Texas State Representative Middleton to Sidley Austin LLP, Dr. Burgess's submission of the Hippocratic Oath, Dr. Burgess's submission of a journal article published by the American College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists regarding medication-induced abortion, and also from Dr. Burgess, an article from lifenews.com regarding statements by Vice President Harris published July 18, 2022. Without objection, so ordered. And again, thanks to everybody, and the subcommittee is adjourned.